Hello, Night Seekers. Welcome to Nitheric Horror. True scary stories, gentle narration, and peaceful dreams begin here. If you love relaxing horror, please subscribe and join us for more. Now, let's begin. Something happened to me a few months ago that felt remarkably similar to other frightening stories I have heard shared in threads like this one. I am a woman, and at the time this happened, I was living in a fairly large, older house, alongside 5 guys, all of whom worked in the Navy. My own bedroom, though, was set apart from the rest of the house entirely, located out in a detached garage that had been converted into a separate living space. One particular night, I was sleeping out there in my room when I began hearing a loud, rattling noise, at first within what I assumed was simply a dream. Gradually, I started to wake up, though I still felt fairly disoriented and groggy in that half-awake state. I opened my eyes and looked around the room, and the rattling noise continued uninterrupted. My bedroom door was located about 3 feet from the foot of my bed, and I quickly realized the sound was coming directly from the doorknob itself, rattling intensely, almost violently, to the point where it genuinely sounded like someone might be pounding directly on the door. I could not immediately tell whether it was someone knocking or someone actively trying to force the door open. That is when it fully hit me this was not a dream at all. I was completely, undeniably awake, and this was actually happening in real time. Even my dog, a lab who almost never wakes up during the night, no matter what happens around her, was fully alert, sitting upright and staring intently directly at the door. I had a habit, admittedly, of sometimes forgetting to lock my bedroom door at night, mostly because our overall neighborhood generally felt pretty quiet and safe. Thankfully, though, for whatever reason, I had started making a point of deadbolting my door more consistently over the past week or so leading up to that night, possibly influenced by something I had read online, though I honestly could not tell you exactly what had prompted that specific change in habit. In that moment, though, I was genuinely terrified. I had always hoped that if I ever found myself in a situation like this, I would be the kind of person who reacted calmly and effectively. I quickly learned that night that I was not that kind of person at all. The door kept rattling, and through the window in my closet, I could see that the motion-activated light outside was on, casting a faint glow through the glass. All of my blinds remained fully closed, blocking any direct view outside. I felt myself on the verge of tears, and instinctively, I pulled my blanket completely over my head, bracing myself, genuinely believing in that moment that I might not survive whatever was about to happen. The only object anywhere near me that I could possibly use to defend myself was a flashlight, which I gripped tightly in both hands. I remained completely paralyzed with fear, curled up as small as possible in a fetal position, staying as silent as I possibly could, that metal flashlight held close against my chest. About a minute later, the rattling noise finally stopped, and I found myself able to move again. My closet had an unusual layout, featuring a small window positioned near the top, along with a large bench built into the space. I crawled quietly into that closet, climbed up onto the bench, and carefully poked my head up just high enough to peek out through that small window. Only a few seconds after I did that, the motion-activated light outside switched off entirely, meaning I had missed whatever had actually been happening right outside my door during that critical window of time. I rushed back over to my bed and forced myself to start thinking through the situation as logically as I possibly could manage. I lived with 5 guys, all of whom frequently brought people back to the house late at night after going out downtown. I checked the time on my watch, and it read 2:30 in the morning, right around the time they would typically be getting home once the bars downtown closed for the night. I told myself it was probably just one of their friends, someone heavily intoxicated, mistakenly trying to get into the wrong door. That seemed like the most reasonable explanation available. So I sent a text message to all of my roommates, trying my best not to sound overly dramatic or make the whole situation seem like a bigger deal than it might actually be. I wrote something along the lines of asking if any of them were awake, whether they had people over, and mentioning that someone had just been outside my door trying to get in, adding that I assumed it was probably just someone drunk, trying to keep my tone light and slightly joking despite how shaken I actually felt. Less than 2 minutes after sending that message, I heard the back door leading into the main house swing open forcefully. I heard whistling along with the loud banging sounds, and looking outside, I saw my roommates now running around the backyard armed with baseball bats. Thankfully, one of them happened to be a light sleeper and had woken up immediately upon reading my message, quickly rousing another roommate to help investigate. I opened my own door, grabbed my dog, and ran straight into the main house, and I did not attempt to fall back asleep again for the remainder of that night. My roommates spent the next couple of hours actively patrolling the property and keeping watch through the windows, though we never actually saw anyone. They did, however, find a pack of cigarettes lying out in the backyard, along with what appeared to be a fast food bag from a place like Hardee's. Based on everything we pieced together afterward, it seemed most likely that someone had been attempting to break into the house to rob us. Given that there were 6 separate cars parked in our driveway that night, we figured whoever had been out there probably assumed the detached garage, where I happened to be sleeping alone, would be empty and far less risky to target compared to the main house, where they presumably assumed several people were likely home and awake, making a break-in attempt there considerably more dangerous for them. At the actual time all of this was happening, though, I had absolutely no way of knowing any of that. Lying there, curled up under my blanket, gripping my flashlight, genuinely believing my life might be in danger, I found myself assuming the absolute worst possible scenario, convincing myself in that moment that all 5 of my roommates had already been murdered inside the main house, and that I was simply next in line, the last remaining target still left to be dealt with. That is honestly what I believed at the time, as irrational as it might sound, looking back on it now with the benefit of hindsight and a calmer, clearer head. Looking back on the entire experience now, I recognize that this story probably does not rank among the most dramatic or terrifying accounts shared in threads discussing frightening real-life experiences. Compared to some of the genuinely horrifying situations other people have described, mine resolved relatively safely, with no direct confrontation and no lasting physical harm to myself or anyone else in the house. But I can say with complete honesty that the fear I felt in that specific moment, curled up alone in my detached garage bedroom, listening to that doorknob rattle violently just a few feet away from where I lay frozen under my blanket, was genuinely one of the most terrifying experiences of my entire life. It took me a considerable amount of time to fully shake off the lingering effects of that night. I struggled significantly with sleep in the days that immediately followed, my mind replaying that rattling doorknob and the sound of my own racing heartbeat over and over each time I tried to settle down for the night. It ended up taking roughly 3 full weeks before I finally felt comfortable enough to go back to actually sleeping out in my own room in that detached garage again, choosing instead to stay inside the main house with my roommates during that adjustment period. Thinking back on everything now, several specific details from that night continue to stand out most vividly in my memory. The initial confusion between dream and reality, That disorienting few seconds where I genuinely could not tell whether what I was hearing was actually happening or simply part of some strange, unsettling dream, remains one of the most unsettling parts of the entire experience. That particular kind of confusion, where your own mind cannot immediately distinguish between sleep and waking reality, adds an entirely different layer of fear to an already frightening situation. Since your first instinct is to doubt your own senses even as the danger continues unfolding around you. My dog's reaction also continues to stand out clearly in my memory, specifically because of how unusual and out of character it was for her. She generally sleeps soundly through the night, no matter what happens around the house, rarely stirring even for smaller disturbances. Seeing her fully alert, sitting upright and staring so intently at that door, confirmed for me almost immediately that whatever was happening was genuinely real, not simply some remnant of a fading dream still lingering in my half-awake mind. The decision to start deadbolting my door more consistently, seemingly for no specific reason, just a week or so before this entire incident occurred, has also stuck with me ever since. I genuinely do not remember exactly what prompted that particular change in habit, whether it was something I had read online, some passing thought that crossed my mind, or simply a random shift in behavior with no clear cause behind it. Whatever the reason, I remain deeply grateful that I had made that small adjustment when I did, since without that extra deadbolt in place, the entire situation that night could have unfolded very differently. I also think often about how differently my roommates and I each experienced that same general situation, simultaneously, separated only by the short distance between the detached garage and the main house. While I remained frozen with fear, curled up silently under my blanket, genuinely believing I might not survive the night, my roommates, once alerted, sprang into immediate, decisive action, grabbing baseball bats and rushing outside to actively confront whatever threat might still be present. That contrast between my own paralyzed, silent fear and their immediate, active response has stayed with me since, offering a clear reminder of just how differently people can react when suddenly confronted with genuine danger in the middle of the night. Even now, months removed from that particular night, I still find myself occasionally glancing toward my bedroom door a little more carefully before falling asleep, especially on quieter nights. And I doubt I will ever fully stop thinking about that violently rattling doorknob whenever I hear any unexpected noise late at night, regardless of how mundane or easily explainable that sound eventually turns out to be. My mother-in-law was a genuinely funny, warm, and wonderful woman. She and my wife shared an especially close relationship, the kind of deep mother-daughter bond that made losing her all the more painful. Sadly, she passed away when our son was only about 4 months old, meaning he never actually had the chance to properly meet or know her himself. Fast forward a few years later, and by that point, our family was living in an old craftsman-style house built back in the 1930s, located in Pasadena, California. Our son was around 3 years old at the time this next part of the story took place. One evening, I was giving him his bath, going through our normal nightly routine, when I noticed him suddenly looking over my shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on something specific, rather than simply wandering randomly around the bathroom, the way young children's attention often does. A quiet moment passed between us before he suddenly asked me why Grandma calls Mommy a funny name. I paused for a long moment, caught completely off guard by the question. My first assumption was that he must be referring to my own mother, so I asked him to clarify exactly what he meant. That is when he said something that genuinely stopped me cold. He specified that Grandma calls Mommy by a very particular nickname, one that happened to be the exact same private nickname my late mother-in-law had used for my wife, going all the way back to when she was just a baby herself. I was completely taken aback in that moment. My wife and I never used that particular nickname ourselves in front of our son. It had exclusively belonged to her mother, a private, affectionate term, reserved specifically for the relationship between the two of them. I asked our son directly where he had possibly heard that specific nickname before. His response was simple and immediate. He said, "The farmer told me." Confused, I asked him who exactly this farmer was that he was referring to. He answered just as simply, saying it was his friend. Later that same evening, I told my wife everything that had happened during bath time. She was understandably reduced to tears almost immediately, completely overwhelmed by hearing her own mother's private nickname repeated back to her through our young son, a nickname he had absolutely no logical way of ever having heard before. Both of us sat there together, fully aware that there was simply no reasonable explanation for how he could have known that specific detail, and we found ourselves genuinely marveling at the entire situation, uncertain of what to actually make of it. Following weekend, another strange incident occurred. My wife was away at work that day since she worked in retail, while I stayed home, given that my own job followed a standard Monday through Friday schedule. At some point that day, I heard our son in his room, apparently engaged in what sounded exactly like an active back-and-forth conversation with someone. I could hear him responding with simple words like, yes, no, and I don't know that, occasionally punctuated by soft, genuine laughter. Curious, I walked into his room and asked him directly what he was doing. He told me simply that he was playing. I asked who he was playing with. He answered immediately, saying the farmer. At that specific moment, my mind immediately jumped to that scene from The Exorcist, involving the character Captain Howdy, and I will admit, the entire situation left me feeling genuinely unsettled. I asked him where exactly this farmer currently was. He told me, quite matter-of-factly, that the farmer had left the moment I walked into the room. I remember just sitting there afterward, completely stunned by what I had just experienced. Once my wife came home from work later that day, I told her everything that had happened. And she found herself feeling just as deeply unsettled as I already was. Neither of us had any clear idea what we were supposed to actually do about the entire situation. We ultimately decided that if anything similar happened again, we would figure out our next steps at that point, though neither of us felt particularly confident about what exactly that response should look like. A few days later, in the middle of the night, both my wife and I woke up simultaneously, overhearing our son speaking clearly from within his own room. We heard him say, quite distinctly, that Grandma had told him that he and someone else could no longer be friends anymore. Both of us immediately got up, feeling genuinely frightened at that point, and went to check on him together. We found him simply sitting upright in his bed, seemingly calm and unbothered. I asked him if he was okay. He answered that he was fine, adding that Grandma had told him he could not play with the farmer anymore. From that specific night forward, our son never once mentioned the farmer again. Not that same week, not in the months that followed, not ever again throughout his entire childhood. He is 13 years old now, and he genuinely does not remember any part of this entire experience when we have occasionally brought it up with him since. My wife and I, however, remember every single detail of it clearly, and we likely always will. Looking back on everything that happened during that specific stretch of time, several details continue to stand out to us as particularly significant and difficult to fully explain away. The specific nickname our son repeated back to us during that bath time conversation remains even now. the single most convincing piece of this entire experience. It was not some generic term of endearment that a young child might reasonably guess or invent on his own. It was an extremely specific, private nickname, one used exclusively between my wife and her own mother throughout my wife's entire life, never spoken by either of us in front of our son at any point. The introduction of this figure our son referred to as the farmer adds another layer of mystery to the entire situation. We have never been able to determine any clear connection between that specific name and anything from my mother-in-law's own life or history. She never worked as a farmer herself, nor did she have any particularly strong connection to farming that either my wife or I were ever aware of. And yet, our son consistently referred to this presence using that same specific name across multiple separate incidents, suggesting some kind of consistent, ongoing relationship between our son and whatever or whoever this farmer actually represented. The overheard conversation itself, complete with our son's simple, natural responses of yes, no, and I don't know that, followed by genuine laughter, painted a picture of what felt like an entirely normal, playful interaction between two friends, except that only one half of that conversation was actually visible or audible to either my wife or me. Watching a young child engage so naturally and comfortably with something we ourselves could not perceive at all added an entirely unique kind of unease to the whole experience, different from a more overtly frightening or aggressive encounter might have produced. Perhaps the most emotionally significant detail of the entire story, though, remains that final overheard statement in the middle of the night. Our son quietly announcing that Grandma had told him he could no longer be friends with the farmer. Whatever the true nature of everything our son experienced during that period actually was, that final message carried an unmistakable tone of protection and finality, almost as though someone or something connected specifically to my late mother-in-law had intervened directly to bring the entire situation to a clear, definitive close. My wife and I have discussed this entire sequence of events between ourselves many times over the years since it originally happened, always circling back to the same unanswered questions. Was our son somehow genuinely communicating, in his own limited 3-year-old way, with some lingering presence connected to his grandmother, someone he had never actually had the opportunity to meet directly himself during her lifetime? Was the farmer some kind of separate, distinct presence entirely, unconnected to my mother-in-law except through whatever final message ultimately brought their apparent friendship to an end? We have never been able to answer either of those questions with any real confidence. What we do know, with complete certainty, is that our son could not have possibly known that specific, private nickname through any normal, conventional means. Neither my wife nor I ever used it in front of him. And given how young he was throughout this entire period, still learning basic language and social skills himself, it seems highly unlikely he could have simply invented or guessed such a specific, personal detail entirely on his own. We have never fully understood why our son stopped mentioning the farmer so suddenly and completely after that final overheard conversation in the middle of the night. Whatever explanation actually lies behind everything that happened during those few specific weeks, it remains one of the most genuinely unexplainable experiences either my wife or I have ever gone through together as parents. Even now, all these years later, with our son grown into a teenager with no memory whatsoever of any of it, my wife and I continue to hold on to every single detail of that strange, unsettling yet strangely tender period, unable to fully explain it, but equally unable to simply dismiss it as pure coincidence or imagination. One day, while I was in the middle of doing laundry, one of the light bulbs suddenly blew out down in my basement. My basement is set up in a specific way, with the laundry room separated from the rest of the basement space by a wall and a connecting door. In order to actually make it back upstairs from the laundry room, you have to first exit through that door and then walk across the remaining open section of the basement before finally reaching the stairs leading back up to the main floor of the house. The specific bulb that blew out was located in that other section of the basement, not within the laundry room itself where I happened to be standing at the time. Since that particular bulb had been the only working light source illuminating that entire side of the basement, its sudden failure left that whole area completely, almost oppressively dark. I finished up the remaining laundry I still needed to take care of. All the while dreading the walk, I knew I would eventually have to make back through that now pitch-black section of the basement. Once I had finished everything I needed to do, I stepped out of the laundry room and began making my way across the dark basement floor, heading toward the stairs. I had made it about halfway across that dark space when I suddenly heard a loud, unmistakable, cackling laugh. If you can picture the exaggerated sound someone might make while imitating a stereotypical witch's laugh, take that same general sound and imagine it distorted even further, deepened and roughened, the kind of voice you would expect from someone who had been smoking heavily for 50 straight years. That specific unsettling combination is exactly what I heard that day, clear as day, coming from directly behind me in that otherwise silent, pitch-dark basement. I did not hesitate for even a single second. I immediately bolted straight for the stairs, moving faster than I think I have ever moved before, desperate to get out of that darkened basement and back up into the safety and light of the main floor of the house. Once I made it upstairs, I made a point of waiting until my father got home later that day, before finally going back down to change that blown-out light bulb myself, refusing to venture back into that dark section of the basement alone again in the meantime. I have not heard that same unsettling, cackling laugh again since that specific day, though the memory of it has never fully left me. I also want to mention that up until sharing this story now, I have not told a single other person living in my own house about what actually happened to me that day in the basement. Thinking back on that entire experience now, several specific details continue to stand out to me as particularly unsettling and difficult to fully explain away. The timing of the light bulb blowing out feels significant in its own right, specifically because it happened in the one section of the basement I would inevitably need to walk through afterward, plunging that exact path into complete darkness right before I needed to make my way back upstairs. The specific quality of that laugh remains the single most unsettling detail from the entire experience, though. It was not some vague, ambiguous sound that could easily be explained away as a settling pipe, a creaking floorboard, or some other ordinary household noise common to older basements. It was a clear, distinct, deliberately expressive laugh, carrying that same exaggerated, theatrical quality you would expect from someone specifically imitating a witch, except deepened and roughened in a way that made it feel even more unsettling and unnatural, less like an intentional performance and more like something genuinely inhuman attempting, and mostly succeeding, at producing that same recognizable sound. The fact that it came from directly behind me in a section of the basement I had already confirmed was completely empty just moments earlier when I had walked through it in the opposite direction adds another deeply unsettling layer to the entire memory. I had no reason to believe anyone else was down there with me at all, given that I had been alone in the laundry room the entire time, and had not heard any indication of anyone else entering the basement during that period. I have gone over this entire memory many times since it actually happened, trying to settle on some kind of rational, mundane explanation that might account for what I heard. I have wondered whether it might have been some kind of unusual sound produced by the house's own aging pipes or structural settling, the kind of noise older homes are sometimes known to produce unexpectedly. But no matter how many times I try to convince myself of that explanation, the specific, deliberate, expressive quality of that laugh never quite fits comfortably within that more mundane framework. Pipes and settling structures do not typically produce sounds with that same intentional, almost performative rhythm and tone. I have also thought about why I made the specific choice not to share this experience with anyone else living in my house afterward. Part of that decision, I think, came from a genuine uncertainty about how to even begin explaining something so strange and difficult to fully articulate. Another part of it, honestly, came from a quieter, more personal fear, a reluctance to fully acknowledge, even to myself, just how genuinely frightened that experience had left me feeling, let alone attempting to convey that same fear convincingly to someone else who had not been there to experience it directly themselves. Since that day, I will admit that I approached that section of my basement with considerably more caution than I ever did before, always making sure that bulb remains in good working condition and generally avoiding spending any more time down there alone than is strictly necessary. I have not heard that same unsettling cackle again since that one specific afternoon, though I cannot say the memory of it, or the lingering unease that came with it, has ever fully faded. I do not know even now what exactly produced that sound, whether some kind of unusual, explainable phenomenon tied to the house's own aging structure, or something else entirely that defies any easy, rational explanation. What I do know, with complete certainty, is that the sound I heard that day was real, clear, and unmistakably unsettling, and that the memory of standing there frozen for just a split second before finally bolting for those stairs remains one of the most genuinely frightening moments I have personally experienced within my own home. This is not my own story, which I know takes away from the horror factor a little, but it comes from a very good friend of mine, and he is not the kind of person who makes things up. I have known him for years. I also know the other person involved in the story. Neither of them is the type to invent some huge paranormal experience just to get attention. That is one of the reasons this story has always bothered me so much. According to my friend, this happened when he was about 8 years old. He was at home with another friend, and the two of them were playing hide and seek. It was already late, probably around 10 at night. At that age, 10 o'clock feels much later than it does when you are an adult. The house is quieter. The windows are black. Every room feels a little different after everyone else has settled down. But they were kids. They were still awake, still playing, and probably not thinking about anything scary when the game started. Eventually, it became my friend's turn to be the seeker. His friend ran off to hide. My friend waited whatever amount of time they had agreed on, then started searching. At first, everything was normal. He checked the obvious places. Behind furniture, in bedrooms, closets, maybe under beds. Anywhere an 8-year-old kid might try to squeeze himself into while playing hide and seek. He searched room after room. Nothing. His friend seemed to have disappeared. At first, that probably made the game more fun. The longer you stay hidden, the better the hiding place feels. My friend kept looking. He checked places more than once. He called out. No answer. Eventually, he began thinking his friend must have gone outside. That was not necessarily against the rules. Maybe they had been using the yard as part of the game. Or maybe his friend had simply decided that hiding outside would make him impossible to find. Either way, my friend became convinced that was where he must be, so he went outside. This was the part of the story where things started becoming uncomfortable. It was around 10 at night. Outside was extremely dark. Not the kind of darkness you get in a city where streetlights and nearby buildings still give off some light. According to him, it was basically pitch black in parts of the yard. The house behind him was lit, but once he moved away from that light, there were areas where he could not see much at all. He was 8 years old. He was already nervous. There is something very different about playing outside during the day and walking around the same yard at night. Bushes become shapes. Trees look like people. Dark corners seem deeper than they should. Every little sound makes you stop and listen. Still, he was looking for his friend. So he started searching. He walked around near some bushes. He checked places where a kid might hide. He probably expected his friend to jump out at any moment and laugh. Then he heard a voice. It came from a dark corner of the yard, maybe 20 feet away. He could not see anyone standing there. The darkness in that area was too deep, but he recognized the voice. It sounded exactly like his friend. The voice called to him. It told him to come over. At first, that seemed to solve the problem. There was his friend. He had found him. Except my friend did not go toward the voice. Something about it felt wrong. Maybe it was because the corner was so dark. Maybe it was because he could not actually see anyone. Maybe it was simply because he was 8 years old and already scared of being outside in the darkness. Whatever the reason, he stayed where he was. He called back. "No, you come over here," the voice answered. It wanted him to come closer. My friend refused again. "No, you come over here." At this point, it was no longer feeling like hide and seek. If it really was his friend hiding in the corner, there was no reason for him to stay hidden after being found. The game was over. He should have stepped out. He should have laughed. He should have come back toward the house. Instead, he remained somewhere in the darkness and kept insisting that my friend approach him. "Come over here." My friend said no. Again, the voice insisted. It still sounded like his friend. Same voice. Same general way of speaking. But it would not come out of the darkness. My friend started getting scared. He told me he kept refusing. "No, come here. No, you come here. Come over here. No." The conversation repeated. The dark corner stayed dark. Nothing stepped into view. That is one of the things that gets me about the story. Whatever was speaking apparently knew that simply sounding like his friend was not enough. It needed him to move closer. It wanted him to leave the safer, more visible part of the yard and walk toward a place where he could not see what was waiting. Maybe there is a completely normal explanation. Maybe someone else was hiding there. Maybe an older kid was playing a cruel prank. But my friend had no reason to think that at the time. To him, it sounded exactly like the person he was searching for. Still, something inside him told him not to go, and he listened. The voice continued trying to convince him. Then, according to my friend, everything changed. The voice stopped sounding like his friend. It changed into something darker, lower, harsher, horrible. He said it became a voice that did not sound normal anymore, and instead of asking him to come over, it began demanding it. "Come here." That was enough. My friend ran. He did not stand there trying to understand what he had heard. He did not ask who was in the darkness. He did not wait for the voice to speak again. He turned around and ran straight back toward the house. I can imagine what that must have felt like for an 8-year-old kid. The lights of the house in front of him. Darkness behind him. No idea whether something was following. No idea what had just spoken to him. Just running. He got inside. And there, in the living room, was his friend. The same friend whose voice he had just been hearing outside. My friend stopped. He stared at him. He immediately asked how he had gotten back inside so quickly. There had not been enough time. My friend had run straight from the yard into the house. If the other kid had been standing in that dark corner, 20 feet away, he would have needed to run past him or enter through another door somehow. My friend should have seen him. But the other boy looked confused. He told him he had never gone outside. He had been hiding inside the house the entire time. That was the moment the whole thing became something my friend never really forgot. The voice outside had not belonged to the person he thought it did. At least not physically. The real friend had been inside. He had never been standing in the dark corner. He had never told my friend to come closer. He had never changed his voice and demanded that he approach. So what had? That is the question. And I do not have an answer. When my friend first told me the story, I tried to think of normal explanations. Maybe another child was outside. Someone could have been playing a prank. That is possible. Kids do stupid things. Maybe a neighbor knew them. Maybe someone heard them playing and decided to scare my friend. But the problem is how accurately the voice apparently sounded like the other boy. My friend was not saying it vaguely sounded like a kid. He thought it was his friend. That is why he answered. That is why he was initially confused instead of immediately terrified. The voice was convincing. Then there is the change. According to him, once he refused enough times, the voice stopped pretending. It became dark and threatening. That detail is difficult to explain as imagination because the entire interaction was already happening before he became truly frightened. He did not walk outside expecting a ghost. He was looking for his friend. He heard his friend call him. He answered. Only after the voice kept refusing to come out did he become increasingly afraid. And then it changed. I know childhood memories can be unreliable. 8-year-olds can misunderstand things. Fear can exaggerate sounds. A voice bouncing around outside can sound strange. Maybe the other boy had actually been outside briefly and later forgot or lied about it. There are possibilities. I'm not saying there are not, but I know both of these guys. And this story has never sounded like something my friend created for attention. He was genuinely disturbed by it. Part I keep thinking about is why the voice wanted him to come closer. If it was some kind of random sound or misunderstanding, the repeated instruction is strange. Come here. Why? Why not come out of the darkness? Why not answer normally? Why keep trying to draw an 8-year-old child farther away from the house? That is where the story becomes much scarier to me. Suppose my friend had obeyed. Suppose he had said, okay, and walked toward the corner. 20 feet is not far. He could have reached it in seconds. Maybe he would have found nothing. Maybe his friend really had been hiding there and somehow made it back inside another way. Maybe a teenager was crouched behind a bush, laughing. Those are the harmless possibilities. But there are less harmless ones. Maybe there was an adult hiding there. Someone who had heard the kids playing. Someone who knew that if he copied a child's voice, or simply spoke softly enough, he could get another child to approach. Maybe the voice change happened because whoever was there became angry when the trick failed. That possibility is terrifying without anything supernatural at all. A stranger hiding in the dark and trying to lure an 8-year-old boy closer would be more than enough to explain why the story stayed with him. But then we are left with the question of how the voice sounded so much like his friend. Maybe children are easier to imitate than adults. Maybe my friend's fear filled in some of the similarity. Maybe the voice was not actually identical, and memory made it more exact over the years. Again, possible. But my friend was certain. The first voice was his friend's voice. Then it was not. Some people who hear stories like this immediately start talking about mimics or spirits that copy familiar voices. There are legends about that kind of thing in many cultures. Something hears a person you trust. It copies them. Then it uses the voice to draw you somewhere. I do not know if I believe in that, but this story is exactly the kind of experience that creates those legends. A child hears someone he knows. The person is not actually there. The voice wants him to approach a place he cannot see. When he refuses, the voice becomes angry. Then he discovers the real person was somewhere else. Even if you do not believe in anything paranormal, the pattern is disturbing. My friend told me that the darkness itself played a huge role. He probably would have gone over if it had been daylight. If he could see his friend standing there would have been no problem. But because the corner was completely dark, he hesitated. That hesitation may have been what protected him from whatever was there. Sometimes children have better instincts than adults give them credit for. He could not explain why he did not want to go closer. He was already afraid of the dark. That was enough. He stayed back. The voice tried again. He still refused. Then the situation revealed itself as something wrong. I think about how easily it could have gone differently. At 8 years old, you trust your friends. If your friend calls your name from 20 feet away, you go over. You do not analyze whether the voice is authentic. You do not ask why he is hidden. You do not think about predators or strange paranormal things. You just walk. My friend did not. Maybe because he was scared. Maybe because something in the voice was slightly wrong even before it changed. Maybe his brain noticed details he could not consciously explain. Tone, timing, the direction the sound came from, the fact that the figure would not show itself. Something told him no. I am glad he listened. The moment he entered the house and saw his actual friend must have been surreal. Imagine the confusion. You are still breathing hard from running. Your heart is racing. You look up. There he is. Not coming through another door, not out of breath. Just standing in the living room. Then you ask how he got there. And he says he never left. That is the kind of sentence that changes a childhood memory forever. My friend probably went through the same mental process anyone would. No, you were outside. I heard you. You kept calling me. But the other kid had no idea what he was talking about. He had never done it. I do not remember whether they went outside together afterward. Honestly, I doubt it. If I were 8 years old, there would be no chance I was going back into that yard, not even with another person. I would have wanted every door locked and every light on. The dark corner would have stayed in my mind. Even during the day, I imagine it looked different afterward. Before, it had just been part of the yard. After that, it became the place where something had spoken. That is one of the creepiest things about experiences like this. A completely ordinary location gets permanently changed. A corner, a hallway, a closet, a patch of woods. Once something frightening happens there, you never see it the same way. I've asked myself whether the other boy could have been lying. Maybe he had hidden outside. Maybe he thought the whole thing was a great prank. He ran inside through another entrance while my friend was distracted. Then he denied everything. Kids absolutely do that kind of thing. That would probably be my first rational explanation. But according to my friend, the timing did not work. He ran directly back inside. There was not enough time for the other kid to get from that dark corner, somehow avoid being seen, reach another entrance, and be calmly waiting in the living room. And why change the voice? Maybe to scare him. Sure. But if this was a prank, it was unusually elaborate for an 8-year-old. Also, my friend knows this person to this day. The other guy has never admitted to doing it. That does not prove anything, but it makes the prank explanation less satisfying. Maybe a third person was involved. That would solve the timing. Someone else outside could have copied the friend's voice, while the actual friend remained inside. But who? Why? And why would they hide 20 feet away in the darkness trying to make a child approach? That explanation is possible, but it is not exactly comforting. In some ways, a human stranger is the worst answer. A ghost or strange entity is frightening because it breaks the rules of reality. A hidden adult trying to lure a child into a dark corner breaks no rules at all. People can do that. That is what makes it terrifying. When my friend told me this story, I believed that he believed every part of it. That matters to me. I cannot personally verify what happened. I was not there. I only have his memory. But he did not tell it like a campfire story. He did not add a monster appearing. He did not claim glowing eyes. He did not say something chased him through the yard. The story is actually very simple. He heard his friend's voice. It told him to come closer. He refused. The voice became horrible and angry. He ran inside. His friend had never been outside. That simplicity is part of why it works on me. There is no big ending, no explanation, only a question. What was in that corner? Maybe nothing. Maybe the voice came from somewhere else and the darkness made it seem closer. Sound at night can be strange. A television from another house, a person farther away, an echo. Maybe some combination made him think the voice was only 20 feet away. But the direct responses are hard to ignore. He said no. The voice continued. He told it to come to him. It refused. It demanded he approach. That is interaction. Whatever the source was, it seemed to hear him. It understood him. And it wanted something. That is what gives me the chills. Not the voice itself, the intention behind it. Even if you remove every paranormal idea, something appeared to be trying to control where a child moved. Come here. No. Come here. No. Then anger. Come here. It sounds less like a ghost story and more like an attempted lure. And when I think about it that way, I'm even more grateful my friend was afraid of the dark. His fear stopped him. Normally, adults tell children not to be scared. There is nothing in the darkness. Go look. Be brave. That night, being scared may have been exactly the right response. He did not know what was there. He could not see it. So he refused to approach. That is a good instinct. If you cannot identify who is calling you from a dark corner, you do not walk toward them just because the voice sounds familiar. I doubt 8-year-old him thought about it in those terms. He was simply scared. But the result was the same. He stayed where there was more light. He kept distance. Then, when the voice became threatening, he ran toward other people. That may have saved him from something. What that something was, we will never know. I have thought about the story more than my friend probably realizes. Sometimes I picture the yard, the house behind him, a dark corner about 20 feet away, an 8-year-old boy standing near bushes. Then a voice from the darkness, "Come here." He thinks it is his friend. Why wouldn't he? Same voice. He has been searching for him. He almost has an answer to the game, but he refuses because he is frightened. Then the conversation goes back and forth. The thing stays hidden. Finally, the voice changes. That is the part that makes my skin crawl. If the story were something my friend invented, the voice change is almost too perfect. The disguise fails. The polite request disappears. The true voice comes through. Come here. Maybe that is only the way his childhood brain understood a person getting angry. Still, the image is hard to shake. I also wonder how the actual friend reacted when he heard what happened. Maybe he laughed at first. Maybe he thought my friend was trying to scare him. Then maybe he realized he was serious. I imagine both of them staying inside for the rest of the night. I know I would have. I would probably have avoided windows, too. Because once you know something may have been standing outside, you start wondering whether it came closer after you ran. Did it stay in the corner? Did it leave? Did it walk toward the house? Could it see through the windows? There is no answer. The story ends in the living room. Maybe that is a good thing. Whatever was outside did not follow him in, as far as he knows. Nothing else happened. The boys were safe. Years passed. But the memory remained. I have known people who tell stories and clearly enjoy exaggerating. Every time they tell it, another detail appears. This story never needed that. The original version is disturbing enough. A familiar voice calling from a place where the familiar person was not. That is a very basic human fear. We rely on voices to identify people. You can be in another room and hear your mother call your name. You do not need to see her. You trust the sound. You recognize it. Imagine finding out that recognition was wrong. Imagine hearing someone you love calling you from darkness, and later discovering they never called at all. It makes you question something normally reliable. That is why mimic stories are so effective. They take something comforting and make it unsafe. A stranger's voice would have frightened my friend immediately. His friend's voice made him consider approaching. That difference matters. Whatever was speaking, if his memory is accurate, used trust. And when trust did not work, it used fear. I cannot tell you what happened that night. Maybe the whole thing has an ordinary explanation that none of us has considered. Maybe another child was hiding nearby. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. Maybe the voice changing was simply a person shouting louder. Maybe memory made the event stranger over time. All reasonable possibilities. But I know my friend. I know the other guy. And I do not think he made the story up. Something happened that frightened him badly enough to remember it years later. He went outside looking for his friend. A voice that sounded exactly like that friend called from a dark corner. It tried repeatedly to get him to come closer. When he refused, the voice became dark and angry. He ran back inside. And the person whose voice he had been following was already there. The friend said he had never gone outside. Maybe the most frightening part is that we will never know what would have happened if my friend had been a little braver, if he had ignored his fear of the dark, if he had walked those 20 feet. Maybe he would have found someone playing a joke. Maybe he would have found an empty corner and laughed at himself. Or maybe he would have found the reason that voice was so desperate to get an 8-year-old child to come closer. I think it is better that he never found out. Whatever was in that darkness wanted him to come to it. He said no. And sometimes no is the only reason a scary story stays a story instead of becoming something much worse. About 7 years ago, something happened in my basement that I still cannot fully explain, and no matter how many times I go over it, in my head, I always end up with the same cold feeling crawling up my spine. I was around 7 or 8 years old at the time. My cousin, who was close to my age, was staying over that day, and my little sister, who was maybe 5 or 6, was tagging along with us like she always did. Kids that age just want to be near the older ones, even if it means following them into places they probably shouldn't be. And on that particular afternoon, the place we ended up was the basement of my house, a part of the home that always had a strange, heavy feeling to it, even on a normal day. I need you to understand what this basement was like, because it matters for everything that happened afterward. It was not one of those clean, finished basements you see in movies, with carpet and a television and beanbag chairs. This was an old, unfinished space with concrete floors that stayed cold no matter the season, exposed pipes running along the ceiling, and a single flickering light bulb that buzzed softly whenever it was switched on. The walls seemed to swallow sound rather than reflect it. So even when we were laughing or shouting while we played, the noise felt smaller down there, like the basement itself was pressing in on us. There was a laundry room tucked into the back corner, separated from the rest of the space by a heavy wooden door that was almost always shut. I don't remember anyone ever telling us not to go near that door, but even as kids we avoided it without needing to be told. Something about it just felt wrong, in the vague, instinctive way that children sense things adults have long since trained themselves to ignore. Looking back now, as an adult who has spent years trying to make sense of what happened, I think it's worth mentioning that the house itself was not new when my family moved in. It had been built decades earlier, passed through a couple of owners before us, the kind of older home that comes with creaks in the floorboards and stories nobody quite remembers the details of anymore. I don't know the full history of that house, and honestly, at the time, none of us as kids ever thought to ask. Children rarely question the places they grow up in. A house is just a house to a child, a backdrop for games and hiding spots and lazy afternoons, not a place with a past that might still be lingering in its walls. It was only much later, once I was older and looking back with a more critical eye, that I started to wonder whether that basement had always felt the way it did because of something in its history, something none of us had ever been told. That day, the three of us were down there playing some game I can no longer remember the details of. It doesn't matter what the game was. What matters is that we were fully absorbed in it, the way children get when the outside world disappears and all that exists is the game and the people playing it with you. We were probably making noise, running around, maybe hiding behind boxes or old furniture, completely unaware that anything was wrong. And then, without warning, my sister stopped. She didn't stop the way kids usually stop when they get bored or distracted. She stopped like her whole body had frozen mid-motion, like something had reached out and grabbed hold of her from the inside. I remember turning to look at her because the sudden silence was so unnatural. Her face had changed completely. The playful expression she'd had just seconds before was gone, replaced by something that still haunts me to this day, a look of pure, unfiltered horror, the kind of expression a small child should never have to make. Her eyes were wide, fixed on something none of us could see, and her small hand slowly lifted, one finger extending toward the laundry room door at the back of the basement. The door was closed, just like it always was. "Do you hear her?" she asked. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but it cut through the room louder than any scream could have. My cousin and I looked at each other, both of us confused, both of us waiting for the other to say something first. I don't think either of us had heard anything at all. The basement was quiet in that strange, muffled way it always was, the only real sound coming from the occasional hum of the light bulb above us. I opened my mouth to tell her that we hadn't heard anything, to ask her what she meant, to try to bring the moment back to something normal and explainable. But before I could get a single word out, the doorknob on the laundry room door began to turn. I want you to imagine that moment exactly as it happened, because words don't really do it justice. Nobody was near that door. My cousin was across the room from it. I was standing several feet away. And my sister, despite pointing at it, hadn't moved an inch. There was no draft, no vibration, nothing that could explain what we were seeing. And yet the knob turned, slowly, deliberately, as though someone on the other side was taking their time, as though whoever, or whatever, was turning it wanted us to see every second of it happening. The door creaked open at the same unhurried pace, inch by inch, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond it that seemed to swallow whatever little light reached that corner of the basement. None of us moved. I don't think we could have, even if we'd wanted to. Fear like that doesn't just make you want to run. Sometimes it does the opposite. It locks your legs in place and turns your whole body to stone. My cousin and I stood frozen, staring at that slowly opening door, waiting for something, anything, to explain what we were seeing. My sister, still pointing, still fixated, on that same spot, spoke again, and this time her voice was even quieter than before, barely above a breath. "Can you hear her now?" I don't think I will ever forget the way those words sounded coming out of a 5 or 6-year-old's mouth. There was no fear of being wrong in her voice, no uncertainty. She said it the way you would say something completely obvious, the way you'd point out that it was raining outside, or that the sky was blue. She wasn't asking us to confirm something she doubted. She was asking us why we hadn't noticed something that, to her, was undeniably there. And then it happened. The loudest crash I have ever heard in my entire life exploded out from the laundry room, so sudden and violent that all three of us screamed and bolted at the same time, not even bothering to look back, scrambling over each other to get up those basement stairs as fast as our legs could carry us. I remember my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to break through my chest. My legs moving faster than I thought they were capable of, some ancient animal part of my brain taking over completely and screaming at me to run, to get away, to not stop and not look back no matter what. We burst through the door at the top of the stairs and didn't stop until we were far from that basement, breathless, shaking, and refusing to even glance toward the basement door for the rest of the day. It took a while, I don't remember exactly how long, before any adult went down there to check on what had made that crash. When someone finally did, they found a small china doll lying on the laundry room floor. It had fallen from a shelf near the back of the room, a shelf that, as far as anyone knew, none of us had been anywhere near that day. That, in itself, was strange enough, because for something to fall off a shelf, especially with a crash loud enough to send 3 children fleeing in terror, there's usually a reason, a nudge, a vibration, something physical that knocks it loose. But there was no earthquake that day, no slammed door, no gust of wind strong enough to topple anything, and certainly no person anywhere near that shelf when it happened. What made it worse, though, what still bothers me more than almost anything else about that day, was the condition of the doll itself. China dolls are fragile by design. That's the whole point of them. Delicate porcelain faces and thin ceramic limbs that are meant to look beautiful, but are notoriously easy to damage. A fall from a shelf onto a hard concrete floor should have shattered that thing into 100 pieces, chipped its face, cracked its limbs, At the very least, left some kind of mark from the impact. But when it was picked up and examined, there wasn't a single scratch on it. No cracks, no chips, nothing. It looked exactly the same as it had before it fell, as if it had been placed gently on the floor by careful hands rather than having crashed down from a shelf with enough force to be heard from another room entirely. I've thought about that doll more times than I can count over the years. I've turned the whole afternoon over in my mind again and again, trying to find some rational explanation that fits all the pieces together, some way to make sense of a door that opened itself, a sister who heard something none of the rest of us could hear, and a fragile porcelain doll that fell hard enough to be heard through a closed door but somehow came away without a single mark on it. I've tried to convince myself that maybe the door wasn't fully latched and some pressure difference in the house caused it to swing open on its own. That maybe my sister was imagining things the way young children sometimes do, caught up in the excitement of the game we were playing, and that the doll simply landed at just the right angle to avoid breaking. I've tried very hard to build that explanation in my head, brick by brick, and every single time it collapses under its own weight the moment I remember the look on my sister's face. Because that's the part that never leaves me. It wasn't the door. Doors can be explained away with enough imagination, however unconvincingly. It wasn't even really the doll. Because strange things do occasionally survive falls that should destroy them, however unlikely that is. It was her face. It was the complete and total certainty in her voice when she asked us if we could hear her too, as if she wasn't asking a question so much as stating an observation, describing something happening right in front of her that the rest of us were simply too slow or too unaware to notice. To this day, my sister does not remember much about that afternoon. When I brought it up to her as we've gotten older, she gives me a strange, uncomfortable look. The kind of look someone gives you when you're describing something that feels distantly familiar to them, but that they can't quite place. Like a half-remembered dream that dissolves the moment you try to focus on it. She doesn't recall pointing at the door. She doesn't recall asking us if we could hear her. She has no memory of the crash, of running up those stairs, or of the doll being found completely unharmed on the laundry room floor. It's as if that entire afternoon simply erased itself from her mind the moment we made it back upstairs, leaving only the rest of us to carry the memory of what happened and to wonder quietly who or what her was supposed to be. I never went back into that basement the same way again after that day. Even years later, long after we'd moved past being scared of shadows and creaking floors the way young kids are, there was something about that particular room, and especially about that laundry room door, that I could never fully shake. I would go down there when I had to grab something my parents needed or to help carry laundry. But I always found myself walking a little faster past that door, always glancing at it a little longer than necessary, half expecting, half dreading, that one day it might open on its own again. My cousin remembers it too, in almost exactly the same detail I do, which is part of what makes the whole thing so hard to dismiss. We've talked about it a handful of times over the years, usually late at night, usually when the conversation has drifted towards strange things that happened to us as kids, and every single time, the story comes out the same way. The frozen expression on my sister's face, the question about hearing her, the door slowly turning open on its own, the crash, the doll with not a single crack on it. Neither of us has ever been able to add anything new to it or explain any part of it away, no matter how many times we've tried. I don't know who her was supposed to be. I don't know if it was something that had always been down there, something that had simply chosen that day to make itself known, or something that had been drawn to the sound of three children playing and laughing in a place that maybe wasn't meant to hold that kind of joy. I don't know why my sister was the only one who seemed to sense it, or why she has no memory of it now, when the rest of us who witnessed it can still describe every second of that afternoon in perfect detail. All I know is that some places carry a kind of weight to them, a heaviness that settles into your chest before your mind even understands why. And that basement, especially that laundry room, was one of those places. Over the years, I've talked to a few people about what happened that day. Mostly close friends who I trusted enough to share something so strange and personal with. Almost every single time, the conversation ends the same way, with the other person asking if we ever found out who her was supposed to be, or whether anyone in the family had died in that house before we moved in, or whether the doll had some kind of history attached to it that might explain why it seemed so important that afternoon. I never have a satisfying answer to any of those questions. As far as I know, nobody in my family ever looked deeply into the history of that house or that specific doll. It sat on a shelf in the laundry room for years afterward, untouched. And eventually, at some point I don't fully remember, it disappeared from the house entirely, either thrown away or packed into a box in storage. Nobody ever spoke about getting rid of it. It simply stopped being there one day, the way small, forgotten objects sometimes do. What continues to unsettle me most, even now, is not just the door or the doll, but the timing of it all, and the specific words my sister used. She didn't say she felt something, or that something felt off, the way a scared child might describe a vague, unsettling sensation. She asked us directly if we could hear her, using a pronoun that assumed we already knew who she meant, as though her was someone obvious, someone already present in the room with us in a way the rest of us simply weren't attuned to. Children that young don't usually invent details like that. They tend to describe fear in broad, simple terms, monsters, shadows, noises, not specific gendered presences with a clear identity already established in their minds. The specificity of her question is what has stayed with me the longest, far longer than the memory of the door opening or the sound of that crash. I've also spent time thinking about why it might have been my sister, out of the three of us, who seemed to sense whatever was happening first. She was the youngest, and there's an idea, one I've heard repeated in different forms over the years, that young children are somehow more open to sensing things that older children and adults have already learned to filter out or explain away. Whether or not that's true, I can't say for certain, but it's hard not to wonder about it when I think back to how calm and certain she sounded in that moment, compared to how frightened my cousin and I were simply from watching the door move. She wasn't afraid of not understanding what was happening. She understood it completely, in whatever way a child that age can understand something. And it was only the rest of us, slower to catch up, who spent those long seconds confused and frozen before the crash finally forced us all to react at once. In the years since, that basement has changed very little. My family still lives in that same house, and the laundry room is still there, still tucked into that same back corner, though the shelf where the doll used to sit has long since been used for other things. Detergent, cleaning supplies, boxes of odds and ends that never found a proper home elsewhere. I've been down there countless times since that day. For laundry, for storage, for all the mundane reasons anyone visits a basement. And for the most part, Those visits have been completely uneventful. Nothing has moved on its own again. No doors have opened without explanation. No crashes have echoed out from empty rooms. And yet, every single time I walk past that corner, some small, quiet part of me still tenses, still half expects that doorknob to begin turning again, still braces for a voice, calm and certain, asking if I can hear her too. Even now, 7 years later, whenever I think back to that day, I feel the same chill settle over me that I felt standing frozen at the bottom of those stairs, watching a door creak open with no hands to move it, listening to a crash that should have destroyed something fragile beyond repair, and hearing a small child's voice calmly ask us if we could hear her too. And honestly, I'm not sure I ever want to know the answer to that question. Some doors, I've come to believe, are better left closed, and some things are better left unheard, no matter how loudly they seem to be calling to you from the other side. The most memorable unexplained event of my entire life happened on a quiet winter morning while I was snowshoeing through a forest a few miles outside a small town in the northeastern part of Oregon. It's the kind of story I've told a handful of times over the years, always in a hushed voice, always to people I trust. Because even now, so long after it happened, I still don't have an explanation for it. And honestly, part of me hopes I never do. I want to set the scene properly, because the setting itself played such a huge role in how unsettling the whole experience became. It was early morning, right around the time the sun was just beginning to rise over the tree line, casting that pale, golden light through the branches that makes freshly fallen snow look almost unreal, like something out of a painting. There had been snowfall the night before, leaving a fresh layer on the ground, somewhere around 4 inches deep on top of what was already there. I remember how untouched everything looked when I first started out. The snow smooth and undisturbed except for the occasional print left by deer or smaller animals that had passed through during the night. It was peaceful in that way only a snow-covered forest can be. The kind of peaceful that almost feels sacred, like you're the only living thing for miles. I had driven out early that day specifically because I wanted that solitude. I love snowshoeing precisely because of moments like that, the stillness, the crunch of snow beneath my feet, the way sound seems to disappear into the white landscape around you. I parked near the edge of the tree line, strapped on my snowshoes, and headed into the forest with no particular destination in mind. Just planning to wander for a while, take in the quiet, and make my way back before the morning got too far along. For the first stretch of my hike, everything felt completely normal. I moved deeper into the trees, following an old, informal trail that locals sometimes used, though it wasn't marked or maintained in any official way. The forest around that part of Oregon has a very particular kind of density to it. Tall evergreens packed closely enough together that even in daylight, certain patches feel dim and shadowed, almost like walking through a tunnel of trees. I remember pausing a few times just to admire how untouched everything looked, how the snow clung to the branches above me, how my breath came out in visible clouds in the cold morning air. But somewhere along the way, and I genuinely cannot pinpoint the exact moment it started, the feeling in the forest shifted. It's hard to put into words exactly how it changed, because nothing around me looked any different. The trees were the same. The snow was the same. The light filtering down through the branches hadn't changed. But the quiet, which had felt so peaceful just a little while before, suddenly felt different. It became the kind of quiet that presses in on you, the kind that makes you acutely aware of every sound you make. Because there's nothing else to hear except your own breathing and the crunch of your snowshoes against the snow. It was, for lack of a better way to describe it, eerily quiet. The sort of silence that doesn't feel empty so much as it feels like it's holding its breath, waiting. I've spent a lot of time outdoors throughout my life, and I've learned to trust the instincts that come from experience, even when I can't fully explain them. Something in the back of my mind started telling me that I wasn't alone out there. It wasn't a specific sound or sight that triggered it. It was more of a feeling, the kind of primal awareness that our ancestors probably relied on far more than we do now, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. I remember the hair on the back of my neck standing up, my skin prickling despite the cold, and a tight, uneasy knot forming in my stomach. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe a deer nearby, maybe just my mind playing tricks on me in an unfamiliar stretch of forest. But the feeling didn't fade. If anything, it grew stronger the longer I stood there, and eventually it became strong enough that I decided I'd had enough solitude for one morning. I turned around, intending to retrace my steps back to my car, and that's when I saw them. Directly behind me, in a straight line following the exact path I had just walked, were footprints, human-sized footprints, pressed into the snow, clearly recent. My first instinct was confusion rather than fear, because for a brief moment I assumed they must be my own tracks, doubling back on themselves somehow, though that didn't make sense even as I thought it. I had been walking in one direction the entire time. There was no reason for my own tracks to appear behind me like that, unless I had somehow walked in a large loop, which I hadn't. I stood there for a moment, just staring at them, trying to piece together some rational explanation, and it was only once I looked closer that the real horror of what I was looking at started to sink in. The snow in that section of forest was deep, roughly 2 feet in most places, layered from the earlier snowfall over the winter. My own snowshoe prints reflected that depth clearly. Every step I had taken left a deep, compressed impression, the kind of print you'd expect from someone trudging through 2 feet of snow while wearing snowshoes. Snow packed down and displaced with each step, edges rough where the snowshoe had cut through the surface. But these new prints behind me were completely different. They were shallow, pressed in only a couple of inches at most, as though whatever made them barely touched the snow at all, as though it weighed next to nothing, or as though something about the way it moved didn't interact with the ground the same way a normal human body would. And they were not snowshoe prints. They were bare, human-shaped footprints, the kind you'd expect to see on a beach or in mud, not out in freezing temperatures in the middle of a forest during winter. That alone made no sense. No person in their right mind would be walking barefoot through snow and weather like that, especially not deep enough to leave any kind of print at all, let alone one that's shallow. But the detail that truly turned my blood to ice, the detail that still keeps me up some nights when I think back on it too long, was that there was only one foot. I checked. I looked carefully, walking a short distance alongside the trail of prints to be absolutely certain I wasn't missing something obvious, some second row of prints I had simply overlooked in my initial shock. But there was nothing, just a single line of right footprints, one after another, spaced out in intervals of what looked like about 10 feet each. Whatever, or whoever, left those prints was either hopping an impossible distance on one leg with each step, moving in some manner that defies basic human physiology, or wasn't leaving footprints in the way we typically understand at all, but rather touching down briefly in specific spots along its path, spots that happened to leave the faint impression of a right foot each time. I traced the trail with my eyes as best I could, following it back the way it had come. The prints appeared to start from nowhere. I don't mean that in a vague, dramatic sense. I mean it literally. There was no point of origin, no place where the prints began gradually or emerged from some other trail or clearing. They simply started, mid-stride, in the middle of an open, untouched stretch of snow, as though whatever made them had either descended from above or simply appeared there without ever having approached from any direction I could trace. And just as strangely, the trail ended, or rather began, depending on how you look at it, very close to the exact spot where I had stopped to turn around only moments earlier. The last print in the sequence was mere feet from where I was standing. I don't think I have ever felt fear quite like what washed over me in that moment. It wasn't the sharp, immediate fear you feel when something jumps out at you or startles you suddenly. It was slower, deeper, and somehow far more disturbing, the kind of fear that creeps into your chest and settles there. The kind that makes you intensely aware of just how alone and vulnerable you are, and how something, whatever it was, had been close enough to me, quietly, patiently, without me ever hearing so much as a single footstep, that it had left a trail directly behind my own. I didn't wait around to investigate further. Every rational thought in my head told me to leave immediately, and for once, I listened to that voice without hesitation. I turned and made my way back toward my car as quickly as I could manage while still wearing snowshoes, glancing over my shoulder more times than I'd like to admit, half convinced that if I looked long enough, I would see something standing among the trees, watching me go. Nothing appeared. No shape moved among the shadows. No sound broke the unnatural silence, except for my own labored breathing and the rhythmic crunch of my snowshoes against the snow. But that silence itself felt worse than any sound could have. It felt like the forest itself was holding perfectly still, waiting to see what I would do next. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking so badly I had trouble getting my snowshoes off and getting the door open. I sat inside for a long moment before I even started the engine, staring out at the tree line, half expecting to see movement. Some explanation finally revealing itself. A deer, a person, anything that could make sense of what I had just seen. Nothing came. Eventually, I started the car and drove back toward town, my mind racing the entire way, trying and failing to come up with any logical explanation for what I had witnessed. In the years since that morning, I have turned that experience over in my mind more times than I can count, and I have never landed on an explanation that fully satisfies me. I've considered every rational possibility I can think of. Maybe some kind of unusual animal track, distorted by melting and refreezing snow, could have created something that resembled a human footprint from a distance. Maybe wind patterns or shifting snow could somehow explain the shallow depth, though that doesn't account for the clear shape of a human foot. Nor does it explain why only one side would be represented. Over and over, spaced in such deliberate, even intervals. I've thought about hoaxes, about someone deliberately trying to scare hikers in that area. But the isolation of that particular stretch of forest, combined with the sheer impossibility of the prints starting and stopping in the middle of open snow with no trail leading to or from them, makes that explanation feel almost as unlikely as anything else I've considered. What I keep coming back to, more than the prints themselves, is that feeling I had just before I turned around, that overwhelming primal sense that I was being watched, that something was there with me in that quiet forest, close enough to sense, though never close enough to see. Whatever it was, it seemed content to simply follow, silently, weightlessly, staying just behind me the entire time. Until the moment I finally noticed and turned to face whatever direction it might have been standing in. And in that moment, whatever had been there was already gone, leaving behind only the faintest, most impossible evidence that it had been there at all. I have thought about that morning for years now, replaying it in my mind so many times that I sometimes wonder if I'm remembering the actual event anymore, or just my memory of remembering it. I've talked about it with a few close friends over the years, usually late at night, usually when conversations naturally drift toward the strange and unexplainable things that have happened to people we know. Almost every time I tell it, someone asks the same question: whether I ever went back to that spot, whether I ever tried to photograph the prints before they melted, whether I told anyone local who might know something about strange sightings in that particular stretch of forest. The truthful answer is that I did none of those things. In the moment, all I wanted was to get away, and by the time I had calmed down enough to think clearly, hours had passed, the sun had risen higher, and any fresh snowfall or shifting temperatures would have already changed whatever was left of those prints beyond recognition. I've regretted that decision many times since, wishing I had at least taken a picture with my phone before turning to leave, some kind of proof beyond my own memory and my own shaking hands. But fear doesn't leave much room for careful documentation. It leaves room for exactly one thing, and that is getting out. I did mention what happened to a couple of people in town later that day, mostly out of a need to talk about it with someone, to say the words out loud, and see if they sounded as impossible coming out of my mouth as they felt in my head. The reactions I got were mixed. A couple of people laughed it off, suggesting I had simply misjudged the depth of the snow, or mistaken some kind of animal track for something human shaped in poor morning light. Others grew quieter, more serious, and one older man who had lived in that area his whole life told me, without much elaboration, that there were parts of those woods people generally avoided, especially early in the morning, though he wouldn't say exactly why, only that it was better not to go looking for reasons. I don't know if he was simply indulging a story he'd heard 100 times before from spooked hikers, or if he genuinely knew something about that forest that he wasn't willing to put into words. Either way, his reaction did nothing to make me feel better about what I had seen. Since that day, I've done a bit of quiet research on my own, mostly out of curiosity rather than any real expectation of finding answers. I looked into whether there had been other reported sightings of strange tracks in that region, whether locals had stories about the forest that matched what I'd experienced. I found scattered mentions here and there, vague accounts from other hikers describing similar feelings of being watched, occasional stories about strange prints found in snow or mud that didn't match any known animal, though nothing detailed enough to feel like solid confirmation of anything. It was less like finding answers and more like discovering that I wasn't the only person who had walked away from those woods with questions instead of explanations. What sticks with me most, even more than the prints themselves, was how instinctively my body reacted before my conscious mind had even registered anything unusual. Long before I saw those tracks in the snow, something in me already understood that I needed to leave, that the quiet around me had shifted from peaceful to threatening. I think about that instinct often, that primal, ancient part of the brain that reacts to danger long before logic and reasoning catch up, the part that our ancestors likely depended on for survival in wild places far more dangerous than the world most of us live in today. I don't know exactly what triggered that instinct in me that morning, but I trust it completely. And I've come to believe that whatever prompted it was not something my rational mind could have explained, even if I had turned around sooner and seen whatever was actually there. I still snowshoe every winter. It's a part of my life I'm not willing to give up, simply because of one unexplained morning years ago. But I would be lying if I said that experience hasn't changed the way I move through quiet forests now. I pay closer attention to that prickling feeling at the back of my neck. I trust that instinctive sense of being watched far more than I used to. And every so often, when the forest around me grows a little too still, when the silence presses in a little too heavily, I find myself glancing behind me, half expecting, half dreading, that I might see a fresh set of prints where none should be, shallow, bare, and belonging only to a single right foot, following patiently behind my own. To this day, I have no real answer for what happened out there. I don't know what left those prints, why there was only one foot, why they appeared and vanished the way they did, or what exactly had been close enough to watch me without ever making a single sound. All I know is that something was out there with me that morning. Something that moved in ways that don't fit within the rules of the world as I understood it. And whatever it was, it chose, for reasons I will never understand, to let me walk away. And every winter since, when fresh snow blankets those same quiet trails, some small part of me can't help but wonder if it's still out there, waiting patiently for the next person foolish enough to wander in alone. About 8 years ago, my family had a cat named Hazel. She was a small black cat, sweet and gentle, the kind of pet who had woven herself so completely into the rhythm of our household that it was almost impossible to imagine life without her. She had her favorite spots around the house: the sunny corner by the window in the afternoons, the top of the couch cushion in the evenings, and most memorably, the piano bench in our family room, where she would curl up for hours at a time, watching us come and go as though she were keeping quiet, contented guard over the room. Hazel passed away 8 years ago, and there was something almost cruelly ironic about the date it happened on. She died on Martin Luther King Day, a day that, for most people, carries a completely different kind of weight and meaning, and yet for our family, it became permanently tied to the memory of losing her. Losing a pet, even a small one, leaves a strange kind of silence in a house. It's not the dramatic, obvious kind of silence you might expect, but something quieter and more unsettling. The absence of small sounds you never realized you were used to until they're gone. The soft padding of paws across the floor. The faint jingle of a collar. The little thump of a cat settling onto a couch cushion. For the first few weeks after Hazel died, our house felt different in that quiet, hollow way. The kind of quiet that makes you notice every small change simply because the background noise you'd grown so used to has vanished. It was maybe a month or so after she passed that things in our house started to feel different again, though not in the way you might expect. It wasn't a return to normal, but a shift into something stranger. Different members of my family, at different times, completely unrelated to one another, began to see something out of the corners of their eyes. A dark shape, low to the ground, moving quickly, always fleeting, always gone the instant you tried to focus on it directly. At first, none of us said much about it to each other, because that's often how these things start, as small, private, easily dismissed moments that you assume must simply be your imagination playing tricks on you, especially so soon after losing a pet you were still actively grieving. But it kept happening, again and again, to more than one of us, in different rooms, at different times of day. And eventually, it became something we couldn't quite ignore anymore, even if none of us wanted to be the one to bring it up first. I remember one particular time clearly, more vividly than the others, because it was the moment that made me realize I wasn't imagining any of it. I was walking into our family room, not thinking about anything in particular, just moving from one part of the house to another the way you do 100 times a day without ever really paying attention to it. And as I stepped into the room, something dark and low darted quickly past my leg, moving fast, low to the ground, exactly the way a small cat would move if it were startled or excited, weaving briefly around my ankle before continuing on and vanishing from sight. I stopped completely still, staring down at the empty space where I had just seen movement, my brain scrambling to catch up with what my eyes had apparently just witnessed. There was nothing there. No cat, no shadow, no explanation for what I had just seen so clearly pass beside me. I stood there for a long moment, completely frozen, trying to process it. Half convinced I had imagined the whole thing despite how real and immediate it had felt in the moment. And then my mom, who happened to be nearby and must have noticed the confused, startled look on my face, said something that I don't think I will ever forget. "Oh, you just saw Hazel, too?" She said it so casually, almost gently, the way you'd confirm something completely unremarkable. And in that moment, I realized this wasn't just something happening to me. It was something that had already been happening to other people in my family, quietly, separately, without any of us fully realizing that we were all experiencing the exact same thing. My mom's reaction told me everything I needed to know. She wasn't surprised. She wasn't confused. She had clearly seen it too, more than once, likely long before that particular moment, and had simply been carrying that experience privately, the same way the rest of us had, each of us assuming it was something only we were noticing. Once we started talking about it openly as a family, it became clear just how widespread these experiences had actually been. My dad had seen it too, describing the exact same kind of quick, low, dark shape darting through rooms, always in the corner of his vision, always gone the moment he turned to look directly at it. My sister had similar stories, moments where she swore she'd seen something small and black moving near the furniture, only to find nothing there when she looked closer. None of us had said anything to each other at first. I think partly out of a quiet fear of sounding foolish, of being the one person in the family clinging too hard to grief, seeing what we wanted to see rather than what was actually there. But once the truth came out, once we realized we had all been seeing the same thing independently of one another, it became something we could finally talk about honestly. And in a strange way, it brought a small measure of comfort along with the unease. If Hazel truly was still around in some form, moving through the house the way she always had, then in some sense, we hadn't fully lost her, after all. Hazel had been part of our family for years before she died, long enough that none of us could really remember what the house felt like without her in it. She wasn't a particularly dramatic or attention-seeking cat. She didn't demand affection the way some pets do, weaving loudly around your legs or meowing until someone paid attention to her. She was quieter than that, content simply to exist alongside us, observing the comings and goings of the household from whatever perch she had chosen for the day. That piano bench in the family room was, without question, her favorite spot of all. We used to joke that she considered it her throne, the place from which she could survey the entire room, close enough to the center of family activity to feel involved, but far enough removed that she could retreat into her own quiet world whenever she wanted. It became such a fixture of daily life that none of us ever really thought about it consciously. It was simply where Hazel sat. It didn't need explaining, the same way you don't need to explain why a favorite chair belongs to a particular person in a household. It just was. Her death came somewhat suddenly, the kind of loss that doesn't give you much time to prepare, even when you know in the back of your mind that a pet won't be around forever. Martin Luther King Day had always just been another holiday to us before that year. A day off from school, nothing more significant than that in our family's personal history. Afterward, it became something else entirely. A date permanently associated with the quiet, hollow feeling of coming home to a house that suddenly felt just slightly emptier than it had the day before. Grief over losing a pet is a strange thing to explain to people who haven't experienced it themselves. especially when the pet in question wasn't a dog who greeted you excitedly at the door every single day, but a quieter, more independent presence like Hazel. It's not the loud, obvious kind of absence. It's smaller than that, made up of dozens of tiny details you never noticed you'd grown used to. The faint sound of her nails against the hardwood floor, the barely audible thump when she jumped down from a piece of furniture, the sight of her curled up in that same familiar spot every single evening without fail. Losing all of those small details at once creates its own particular kind of silence, one that settles into a house slowly, over the course of days and weeks, rather than all at once. Looking back now, I think that quiet, lingering grief may have played some part in why none of us said anything to each other at first when the sightings began. There's a particular kind of vulnerability in admitting that you think you might have seen your recently deceased pet moving through the house. A fear of sounding irrational, or worse, a fear that other people might think you're simply unable to let go, seeing what you desperately want to see rather than what's actually there. I know that fear was part of why I personally hesitated to mention it to anyone for a while after the first time it happened to me. I assumed it was simply my own mind playing a cruel trick on me, conjuring up the shape of something I missed dearly, out of nothing more than shadow and imagination. That's part of why the moment with my mom felt so significant when it finally happened. Her casual, almost matter-of-fact response, asking if I had seen Hazel too, completely dismantled the assumption I had been quietly carrying that I was the only one experiencing this. It wasn't said with any drama or emphasis. She said it the way you'd mention something completely unremarkable, and that casualness told me she had clearly already accepted it as simply a part of how things were now, without ever having needed to make a big announcement about it to the rest of us. Never dramatic, never frightening in the way you might imagine a haunting to be, just small, fleeting glimpses of movement that always matched the exact way Hazel used to move through our home. It became something we almost grew used to, an odd, quiet backdrop to everyday life, a lingering presence that never did anything harmful, never caused any damage or disruption. Simply appeared briefly here and there before vanishing again, the way she always had in life, darting from room to room on her own schedule, indifferent to whether anyone was watching or not. Then came October, and with it, my older sister's sweet 16 birthday party. It was a big deal for her, the kind of milestone birthday that comes with real excitement and planning. And our house was filled that evening with her friends, most of whom had never set foot inside before. The house was loud and lively in a way it hadn't been in a long time, full of laughter and conversation and the general chaos that comes with a house full of teenagers celebrating together. It was, in every sense, a completely normal, happy evening. Nothing at all like the quiet, reflective mood that had surrounded Hazel's passing months earlier. At some point during the party, one of my sister's friends, someone who had genuinely never been to our house before that night, mentioned, almost as an aside, that he hadn't realized we had a cat. It was such a small, casual comment, the kind of thing you'd expect to hear at any gathering. Someone noticing a pet and mentioning it in passing. None of us thought anything of it at first. We simply asked him, out of curiosity, where exactly he had seen the cat, expecting him to point toward some corner of the house or mention seeing it dart past somewhere in the crowd of people. He answered without hesitation, saying he'd seen it sitting calmly on the piano bench in the family room. The room went quiet for a moment among those of us who understood the significance of what he had just said. The piano bench, that exact spot, the one place in the entire house that had always been Hazel's favorite. The spot she used to curl up on for hours at a time throughout her life. The spot that, since her death, none of us had ever specifically mentioned to anyone outside the family, let alone to someone who had never even been inside our home before that evening. There was no way for him to have known that detail. There was no way for him to have guessed, out of every possible location in the entire house, that the piano bench held any particular significance at all, let alone the exact significance it did. We told him, as gently as we could manage, given how unsettling the moment had suddenly become, that our cat had actually passed away several months earlier. I remember watching his face change as we said it, confusion shifting quickly into something closer to genuine unease, the kind of expression you get when you realize you've just described something you shouldn't have been able to see at all. He insisted, somewhat shaken by the news, that he really had seen a small black cat sitting there, calm and still, exactly where you'd expect a cat to sit if it were simply relaxing in a quiet corner of a busy, noisy house full of unfamiliar people. What struck all of us most about his account was how specific it was, and how completely unprompted. He wasn't someone who had heard any of our earlier stories about strange shadows darting through the house. He had no context, no expectation, no reason to invent or imagine a detail as oddly precise as the piano bench specifically. If he had simply imagined seeing a cat somewhere in a busy house full of people and noise, there were dozens of other places he could have described. A couch, a hallway near the kitchen, anywhere at all. Instead, he named the one place in the entire house that carried the most meaning, the place Hazel had claimed as her own for years before she died, without ever having been told that detail by anyone. It's been 8 years now since Hazel passed, and none of us have completely stopped noticing those small, strange moments every now and then. That quick flash of dark movement out of the corner of an eye, always fleeting, always gone the instant you try to look directly at it. They've become less frequent over the years, spaced further and further apart, but they haven't disappeared entirely. And every time one of us catches a glimpse of that familiar shape moving low and fast through a room, we tend to look at each other and simply nod, an unspoken acknowledgement that Hazel, in whatever form she continues to exist in, still seems to be with us, quietly moving through the same house she always called home. I don't know how to explain any of it in a way that fully satisfies the rational part of my brain that wants a clean, logical answer for everything. I've heard the usual explanations people offer for experiences like this, that grief makes the mind see things it wants to see, that shadows and peripheral vision play tricks on all of us more often than we realize, that coincidence and suggestion can make an unfamiliar guest describe something in a way that just happens to line up with a detail he couldn't have known. I understand why those explanations exist, and I don't dismiss them outright. But none of them fully account for the fact that multiple members of my family, independently and without any prior discussion, describe seeing the exact same kind of quick, low, dark shape moving through our home in the months after Hazel's death. And none of them explain how a teenage boy who had never once set foot in our house before that October evening could describe, with such calm certainty, seeing a small black cat sitting exactly where our real cat used to spend so much of her time, a detail he had absolutely no way of knowing beforehand. Whatever the explanation truly is, whether it's something that can eventually be reasoned away with logic and probability, or something that exists entirely outside the boundaries of what most of us are willing to believe. I know what my family experienced, and I know how each of those moments felt in the instant they happened. Too quick, too specific, and too consistent across too many different people to simply write off entirely. Hazel was a small, quiet presence in life, content to watch over our family from her favorite corner of the room, and in whatever strange, unexplainable way it happened. It seems like some part of her decided that watching over us from that same spot wasn't something she was quite ready to give up, even after she was gone. Even now, whenever we host people at our house, whether it's a party, a holiday gathering, or just a friend stopping by, there's a small, quiet ritual among those of us who lived through that October evening. We watch, almost without meaning to see if anyone mentions noticing a cat, and every single time it happens, we exchange the same knowing glance across the room. It's become less a source of fear at this point, and more a strange, comforting reminder. A small sign that some part of Hazel, in whatever form she continues to exist in, is still curled up on that same piano bench, still quietly watching over the family she spent so many years alongside, long after the rest of the world assumed she was simply gone. I want to share a collection of strange experiences that have happened to different people in my family over the years. None of these things happened directly to me, which is part of what makes them so unsettling to sit with, because I've had to rely entirely on the word of people I trust completely, people who have no reason to make any of this up, and who still, to this day, insist that every single detail happened exactly the way they described it. The first story goes back to a time when we lived in a really big, old house, the kind of place that felt unsettling even in broad daylight, long before anything strange actually happened there. I was about 8 or 9 years old at the time, young enough that most of what I remember about that house comes from a child's perspective. All creaking floorboards and long shadows and rooms that always seemed just a little too quiet. One night, my parents went out with some friends, leaving me and my brothers with a babysitter while they enjoyed an evening away from the house. When they came home later that night, all 4 adults pulled into the driveway together, and as they did, every single one of them looked up toward the house at the same moment and saw something none of them could explain. Standing in the top window, clearly visible against the darkened glass, was the unmistakable shape of a figure. They didn't hesitate. All 4 of them went inside immediately and searched the house from top to bottom, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding place a person could have used. They found nothing. There was no sign of forced entry anywhere in the house. No unlocked doors, no open windows, nothing at all to suggest that anyone had gotten in or out. Whatever, or whoever, they had seen standing in that window had simply vanished without a trace, leaving behind no evidence that it had ever been there at all, aside from 4 independent witnesses who had all seen the exact same thing at the exact same moment. What makes this story even more unsettling to me now, looking back on it as an adult, is that my parents never told us kids what had happened at the time. They kept it to themselves for years, only finally revealing the story to us once we had already moved out of that house entirely. I understand why they made that choice, wanting to protect us from being frightened of our own home, but knowing what I know now, I can honestly say that if I had been told that story while we were still living there, I would never have been able to sleep peacefully in that house again. What has always struck me most about that particular incident is how casually it was treated by everyone involved. The same way you'd mention noticing something ordinary rather than something genuinely inexplicable. Nobody screamed. Nobody called anyone to investigate. 4 adults simply saw a figure standing in an upstairs window of their own home, searched the entire house thoroughly, found absolutely nothing, and then quietly carried that memory with them for years before finally sharing it. There's something about that restraint, that decision to sit on such a frightening experience rather than immediately reacting to it. That makes the story feel even more real to me than if they had panicked and called the police that same night. The next story comes from my mom, something she swears to this day is completely true, no matter how many times she's told it or how many people have questioned her about it. Before she met my stepdad, she lived for a while with her best friend in a house that, according to both of them, was constantly active in small, strange ways. Objects in that house never seemed to stay where they were left. All the stuffed teddies from the bedroom would somehow end up on the stairs overnight, without either of them moving them, appearing there morning after morning as though someone, or something, had carried them there while everyone slept. There was also a particular old, rusty fork that kept reappearing in the cutlery drawer no matter how many times they threw it away in the outside bin. They'd get rid of it, convinced they'd finally seen the last of it, only to open the drawer again days later and find it sitting there among the other silverware as though it had never left. Neither of them ever tried to investigate what was causing these strange occurrences, and oddly enough, neither of them seemed particularly bothered by any of it either. Instead of feeling frightened, they simply accepted it as a normal, if strange, part of living in that particular house. And they even went so far as to give whatever presence was responsible a name, calling it Leslie, as though naming it made the whole situation feel a little more manageable, a little less like something to be afraid of and more like an odd, invisible housemate they'd simply learned to live alongside. It was in that very same house, though in a completely separate incident, that something happened involving my stepdad not long after my mom first introduced him to her shared living situation. He was staying the night for the first time, and he and my mom were sitting together watching television on the sofa downstairs. I should mention here that neither of my parents strongly believes or disbelieves in ghosts or spirits in any conventional sense. They've always maintained a kind of open, cautious middle ground, convinced that something exists beyond ordinary explanation, without attaching any particular religious framework to it. At some point that evening, my stepdad got up to use the bathroom upstairs, and as he made his way up the staircase, he saw a man standing there, clear as day, blocking part of the stairs ahead of him. According to what I've been told, he didn't panic or react with immediate fear. If anything, he assumed in the moment that he might have simply had too much to drink, or that his mind was playing some kind of trick on him in the dim upstairs lighting. He continued on, finished what he needed to do, and came back downstairs to casually mention to my mom what he thought he had seen, describing the man's appearance in detail as he remembered it. The details he gave matched almost exactly the appearance of my granddad, who had passed away several years before that evening. What makes this particularly strange is that my stepdad had never seen a single photograph of my granddad before that night, and had no prior knowledge of what he looked like at all. There was no way for him to have described someone he had never seen, in a level of specific detail that my mom immediately recognized, unless he had genuinely seen exactly what he claimed to have seen standing on those stairs that night. Sometime later, a completely separate incident happened involving my stepdad, this time while he was driving alone at night. The road home required him to pass by an old graveyard, driving up a long stretch of road that ran alongside it. As he made his way up that hill, he saw a woman standing at the side of the road ahead of him. He said that as he got closer, something about her appearance struck him as deeply wrong, though he struggled to articulate exactly what it was in the moment. He later described her as having no face at all, a detail that, admittedly, is hard to fully believe, and one I've always assumed might have been influenced by exhaustion after a long drive, or some trick of the headlights against the darkness of that particular stretch of road. What has always stuck with me about that story, more than the description of her face, is what happened immediately afterward. As he drove past her, he glanced in his rearview mirror only a split second later, and she was simply gone, completely vanished. I know that road well myself, and I know there's nowhere along that stretch for a person to run or hide that quickly. There are no side paths, no nearby buildings, nothing close enough for someone to disappear into within the span of a single second. If she had tried to run in any direction, he would have seen her doing it in his mirror. Instead, there was nothing there at all, as though she had simply ceased to exist the moment his headlights passed beyond her. There are more stories, several of them actually, involving the younger members of my family, and these ones in some ways unsettle me even more than the adult experiences, simply because of how young the children involved were at the time. Too young to have invented such specific, consistent details on their own. I think what makes the children's stories so much harder to dismiss is the complete lack of dramatic flair in how they were told. Adults telling ghost stories often, even unintentionally, add a bit of theater to the retelling. A pause for effect, a lowered voice, a knowing look. Young children don't do that. They describe strange, impossible things with the exact same flat, unbothered tone they'd use to describe what they had for breakfast that morning. That plainness, that total absence of any need to convince you of what they're saying, is exactly what makes their accounts feel so much more credible to me than they probably should. My cousin, when he was only about 3 or 4 years old, used to wake up in the middle of the night talking to someone who wasn't there. My aunt would go into his room to check on him, and whenever she asked who he was speaking with, he would always give the exact same answer, telling her, matter-of-factly, that he was talking to his granddad, the very same granddad who had already passed away years before my cousin was even born. It's not a dramatic story in the way some of the others are. There was no visible figure, no crash, no chase, just a small child speaking calmly and consistently about conversations with someone he had no way of ever having met. And something about that, quiet, repeated certainty has always scared me more than louder, more obvious hauntings ever could. My little brother has his own stories tied to the same grandfather. He claims to have seen him when he was younger, though he's still young enough now that this memory isn't from very far in his past at all. He's also the same brother who, around a similar age, used to tell us that whenever he fell asleep at night, he would become a fireman in an entirely different life, going out to save people from burning buildings before waking up again in the morning as himself. On its own, that kind of story is easy to dismiss as simple childhood imagination, the sort of thing kids invent constantly. But the specificity and consistency with which he described it, the same detailed scenario night after night, is what has always made it feel a little less like ordinary make-believe and a little more unsettling than it probably should be. There's another story about my little brother that genuinely still gives me chills whenever I think about it. We were playing a simple game of I Spy in the car one day, my mom, my brother, and me. He said he was thinking of something beginning with the letter A, and my mom and I guessed for several minutes without success before we finally gave up and asked him to just tell us the answer. He said, quite plainly, ambulance. At the time, there were no ambulances anywhere near us. We were simply driving along an ordinary road with no emergency vehicles in sight. When we told him he was wrong, since there clearly wasn't an ambulance anywhere nearby, he responded in a strange, oddly calm, and almost eerie tone, saying, "There will be soon." Only a few minutes later, 2 ambulances came speeding past us on the road, lights flashing, sirens blaring. My brother simply looked at us and said, "Told you so," completely unbothered, as though nothing unusual had happened at all. A few weeks after that same incident, something almost identical happened again. We were once more in the car together, my mom driving, my brother in the back seat, and out of nowhere, he told my mom, in the same flat, matter-of-fact tone as before, not to go on a particular road we sometimes used. My mom laughed it off at first, the way any parent might respond to a small child suddenly giving driving directions. But my brother pressed the point, telling her plainly that there was an accident on that road. We exchanged a look in the front seat, the kind of look that says neither of us quite knows what to make of what just happened. My mom turned on the radio a short while later, and about 10 minutes after my brother's comment, a news report came through, warning drivers to avoid that exact road because of a reported accident. The strangest part of all is that this news report came after my brother had already told us about it, not before, meaning there was no possible way he could have overheard anything on the radio or from any other source beforehand. Taken all together, these stories have become something of a defining feature of my family's history, a long collection of strange, unexplained moments passed down and retold over the years. Even small details outside of the ghost stories themselves feel oddly connected to all of this. Both of my brothers missed their due dates and were each born on a Friday, the 13th, months apart from one another. I myself was due on Halloween, but arrived 10 days earlier than expected, narrowly missing what would have been an unusually fitting birthday for someone who grew up surrounded by so many strange, unexplainable family stories. Sharing these stories has always felt like a small, comforting ritual between me and my mom, something we do because we both understand and believe in the strangeness surrounding them, even when other people in our lives don't. My boyfriend, for instance, has never believed a word of any of it, dismissing the whole collection of stories as nothing more than imagination and coincidence stacked on top of each other. But my mom and I have always found comfort in sharing them anyway, regardless of what anyone else thinks, because these stories are as much a part of our family's shared history as any ordinary memory would be. My mom has continued to have her own experiences even in more recent years. Since my gran passed away a little over a year ago, my mom has become convinced that she's still around her constantly. A quiet, comforting presence she can sense, even if she can't always explain exactly how. She used to be able to see auras years ago, though that particular sensitivity has faded somewhat as she's gotten older. Strangely enough, I once made a short documentary about paranormal investigators, and one of the people I interviewed, someone who claims to genuinely see and communicate with spirits, told me directly that I was being followed by a woman who had recently passed away. I still don't know what to make of that comment, whether it was simply a generic thing said to make an impression, or whether there was something more to it. But every so often, when the house feels a little too quiet, I find myself wondering if she's still there, watching over the rest of us the same quiet way she always did. Looking back over all of these stories together, what strikes me most isn't any single moment on its own, but the sheer accumulation of them across so many different people and so many different years. A figure in a window, witnessed by 4 adults at once. Objects that moved on their own for months without explanation. A man on the stairs who matched in exact detail someone he had never seen. A woman who vanished from an empty road in less than a second. 2 young children who spoke about a dead man as though he were simply another relative dropping by for a visit. A boy who predicted an ambulance minutes before it appeared, and a road accident before it was ever reported on the radio. Any one of these stories on its own could be written off fairly easily as coincidence, exhaustion, imagination, or simple suggestion. But taken together, spread across so many different members of the same family, all pointing in the same general direction, toward the idea that something lingers beyond what we can normally see or explain, it becomes much harder to dismiss the whole collection so easily. I don't know what to call whatever it is that seems to follow my family around, whether it's my granddad checking in on the people he left behind, whether it's whatever presence my mom and her friend once nicknamed Leslie, or something else entirely that doesn't have a name at all. What I do know is that these stories have shaped the way my family talks about death and the unexplained, treating it not as something purely frightening, but as something oddly familiar, almost comforting in its persistence. Whatever is out there, watching from stairwells and upstairs windows and empty roadside patches near old graveyards, it doesn't seem interested in harming anyone. It simply seems to want to be noticed every so often, just enough to remind us that it hasn't fully gone anywhere at all. About a year ago, I was living in a small apartment building, the kind of place that only had 12 units total, spread out across 3 separate floors. It wasn't built like most apartment buildings I'd lived in before, with long hallways connecting every door on a single corridor. Instead, this building had a strange, almost old-fashioned layout with no hallways at all. Just small circular vestibules on each floor, connected to one another by narrow staircases. It meant that on any given floor, you could stand in the middle of that little round landing and see almost every door around you at once, which, looking back now, ended up being far more significant than I ever could have anticipated at the time. Looking back on that building now, I think its unusual layout is part of why the whole experience has stuck with me so vividly. Most apartment buildings blend together in memory after you've moved on from them. One hallway looking much like another, one door indistinguishable from the next. But that circular vestibule design meant I could picture, with total clarity, exactly where I was standing. Exactly how far away his door was from mine, exactly how little distance separated my ordinary evening from whatever was unfolding just across that small shared landing. It wasn't a long hallway with dozens of doors diluting any sense of closeness. It was a small, intimate space where every tenant on the floor was, in a very real sense, only a few steps away from each other at all times. I'd lived in that building for several months before any of this happened, long enough to settle into the small, predictable rhythms of apartment life, recognizing the sound of certain doors opening at certain times, learning which neighbors kept odd hours, which ones you'd occasionally bump into in the shared laundry area on the ground floor. My neighbor across the hall was, for most of that time, simply part of the background texture of daily life there. Someone I acknowledged politely, without ever really getting to know beyond the surface. He wasn't unfriendly, exactly, just quiet and private in the way a lot of young professionals tend to be, coming and going at fairly consistent hours, dressed sharply enough that the rumors about his career always felt believable, even without any direct confirmation from him. His girlfriend, on the other hand, was a much more noticeable presence in the building. She was around far more often than he seemed to be, and unlike him, she didn't carry that same quiet reserve. She was the kind of neighbor you'd notice lingering near the vestibule a little longer than necessary, glancing toward the stairwell as though watching for someone, and it didn't take long before her behavior started to feel less like ordinary neighborly curiosity and more like something rooted in genuine, restless suspicion. The first few times she asked me if I'd seen him leave, I assumed it was simple coincidence, the kind of question anyone might ask in passing. But the questions kept coming, again and again, always with that same undercurrent of barely restrained jealousy, always focused specifically on where he'd gone or who he might have been with. My neighbor, whose unit sat directly across from mine on our floor, was a young lawyer, somewhere in his late 20s or early 30s, if I had to guess. He kept mostly to himself, the kind of neighbor you'd exchange a polite nod with in the vestibule, but never really got to know beyond surface-level pleasantries. There was a persistent rumor floating around the building that his father was an extremely wealthy, high-profile lawyer, someone with a genuine reputation in legal circles, and that my neighbor was actively working to follow in those same footsteps, building his own career in his father's considerable shadow. I never confirmed any of that myself, but it was the kind of detail that got repeated often enough among the other tenants that it had become accepted as fact. He had a girlfriend who lived with him, someone noticeably younger than he was, and from the very limited interactions I had with her, she struck me as more than a little unhinged. She carried a kind of restless, jealous energy that made itself known even in the smallest, most passing conversations. My interactions with her were almost always the same, brief and oddly invasive. She would ask if I had seen her boyfriend leave the apartment the night before, or whether I had noticed another woman coming or going from their unit, or some other similarly probing question clearly rooted in suspicion and jealousy rather than any genuine neighborly curiosity. It happened often enough that my brother and I used to joke about it privately between ourselves, saying, half seriously, that she was going to end up killing him one day if that jealousy of hers ever boiled over completely. I want to be honest and say that at the time, those comments felt like exactly what they were meant to be. Dark jokes born out of an uncomfortable, slightly absurd situation. The kind of thing you say about a strange neighbor without ever genuinely believing it could become real. Looking back now, knowing what eventually happened, those offhand jokes feel a lot less funny, and a lot more like we had unknowingly sensed something building beneath the surface of that apartment across the hall long before it finally erupted. The night everything changed started out completely ordinary. It was about a week before Halloween, and my brother and I were spending the evening together the way we often did, curled up on the couch watching scary movies, a kind of low-effort, comfortable evening you don't think twice about at the time. I don't even remember which movie we were watching when it happened. Only that the apartment was quiet except for the television, the two of us fully absorbed in whatever fictional horror was playing out on screen, completely unaware of anything unusual happening just a few feet away on the other side of our shared vestibule. At some point that evening, there was a knock at our door. It wasn't an unusual sound in itself. Apartment buildings always have some level of foot traffic and the occasional knock from a neighbor or delivery, but something about the timing and the particular rhythm of that knock immediately felt different from anything ordinary. We paused the movie and went to answer it, and standing there in our little circular vestibule were police officers, telling us plainly that we needed to leave the building immediately. Because of the strange circular layout of our floor, I could see directly across the open space to my neighbor's apartment as the officer spoke to us. His door was open, propped wide in a way I had never once seen it before during all the months I'd lived across from him. And through that open doorway, I could see the carpet just inside his unit, soaked through with blood, dark and spreading across the floor in a way that made my entire body go cold the instant I registered what I was actually looking at. I don't remember exactly what I said in that moment, if I said anything coherent at all. Everything after seeing that blood-soaked carpet happened in a kind of numb, disjointed blur, the way genuinely shocking moments often do, robbing you of any real sense of continuous time. My brother and I were told to gather anything we might need for the night, since we wouldn't be allowed back into the building right away, and I remember moving through my apartment on autopilot, grabbing random items I thought I might need, barely processing any of the choices I was making, my mind still locked entirely on that image of blood soaked into carpet, just a few feet from where I'd been sitting comfortably only minutes earlier. As we were escorted out of the building a short while later, we watched as EMTs carried a body bag down the staircase from our floor, moving carefully and methodically the way professionals do, even in the aftermath of something horrific. There was nothing dramatic or rushed about how they moved. It was simply routine to them, a job they had clearly done many times before. And that quiet, practiced efficiency somehow made the whole scene feel even more unreal, more disconnected from the ordinary Tuesday evening my brother and I had been having only a short time earlier. Standing outside in the cold night air, still dressed in the same comfortable clothes we'd had on for our movie night, my brother and I didn't say much to each other for a long while. There wasn't much either of us could think to say. We stood a short distance from the building, along with a couple of other displaced tenants, all of us quietly watching the flashing lights reflecting off the parked cars. None of us fully processing yet what exactly had happened just a few floors above where we were standing. Someone eventually told us we'd be able to collect the rest of our things and return to the building once the investigation had cleared, though at the time it felt strange to even think about going back inside at all, let alone stepping foot again onto that same circular vestibule where we'd stood only an hour earlier watching officers walk toward that open, blood-soaked doorway. It came out afterward, through the police and eventually through wider news coverage of the incident, that my neighbor's girlfriend had shot him multiple times in the head, using his own gun to do it. The most disturbing detail of all, at least for my brother and me, was learning that none of it, not a single gunshot, had been audible to us at any point that evening. We had been sitting only a short distance away, separated by nothing more than a shared vestibule and a couple of thin apartment walls, fully immersed in our own movie, completely unaware that a violent, fatal shooting was happening just steps from where we sat. In the days that followed, I found myself replaying that entire evening over and over in my mind, trying to figure out if there had been any sign at all, any small detail I might have overlooked in the moment, any sound I might have unconsciously dismissed as something from the movie we were watching rather than something happening in real life just outside our door. As far as I can tell, there was nothing. No muffled bang, no raised voices, no signs of struggle carrying through the walls the way you'd expect from something so violent happening at such close range. It was, and still is, deeply unsettling to accept that something so horrific could happen literally feet away from where we were sitting, completely undetected, while we went about a perfectly normal, relaxed evening without the faintest idea of what was unfolding on the other side of that thin apartment wall. What makes the whole experience linger with me even more is thinking back to those earlier casual conversations with her. The ones where she'd ask if I'd seen him leave, or if I'd noticed another woman around, questions that at the time felt like nothing more than the paranoid habits of an insecure, jealous girlfriend. My brother and I used to joke about it so freely, saying she'd probably end up killing him one day, treating the entire situation as dark comedy rather than any kind of genuine warning sign. Looking back now, I can't shake the uncomfortable feeling that we had, without ever really taking it seriously. Somehow sensed exactly where things were heading long before they actually got there. It's one thing to make a dark joke about a strange neighbor's relationship. It's another thing entirely to have that joke turn out to be almost exactly, horrifically accurate. In the weeks after it happened, I found myself thinking constantly about all the small interactions I'd had with her over those months, replaying them with a completely different lens than I had at the time. I thought about the tone of her voice when she'd ask those probing questions, wondering now if there had been something more desperate underneath the surface than simple jealousy, some deeper unraveling that none of us had recognized for what it actually was. I thought about how often she seemed to be watching the vestibule, waiting, and whether that watchfulness had been building towards something for far longer than any of us realized. It's strange how differently a memory can feel once you know how the story ends. Interactions that felt mildly uncomfortable at the time suddenly feel loaded with a kind of dread that wasn't consciously there in the moment, but that, in hindsight, feels like it should have been obvious all along. I also found myself thinking a great deal about my neighbor himself in those following weeks, someone I'd shared a hallway with for months, but never really known beyond passing nods and polite small talk. It bothered me, in a way I hadn't expected, that someone could live so close to me, day after day, and that I would end up knowing so little about him until the final, devastating details of his death were the only real information I had left. I found myself wishing I had made more of an effort to actually get to know him during all those quiet, unremarkable months we'd lived across the hall from one another, even though I understood, logically, that there was nothing I could have done differently that would have changed what happened that night. I moved out of that building not long after everything happened. It wasn't just the memory of that blood-soaked carpet or the image of a body bag being carried down familiar stairs, though those alone would have been more than enough reason on their own. It was the quiet, unnerving realization of just how little separates an ordinary evening from something unimaginably violent, how thin those apartment walls really were, and how completely unaware you can be of something horrific happening close enough to touch, while you sit comfortably just a few feet away, absorbed in nothing more serious than a scary movie playing out safely on a screen. Even now, whenever I hear about domestic violence cases in the news, or whenever a friend jokes about a partner being a little too jealous or a little too controlling, I think back to that apartment building, to that circular vestibule, to the open door and the blood-soaked carpet I saw through it. I think about how easily we dismissed her behavior as something almost comedic, something to joke about between ourselves rather than something to take seriously. And I think about how, in the end, the darkest joke either of us ever made turned out to be nowhere near as far from the truth as we assumed it was at the time. I don't know exactly what finally pushed her to do what she did that night. And honestly, I've never wanted to dig too deeply into the specific details beyond what I already witnessed firsthand. Some things are better left as distant, painful memories rather than fully investigated stories, and this is one of those situations where I've made peace with not knowing every detail of what led up to that moment. What I do know, with absolute certainty, is that living across the hall from that couple, hearing her constant, jealous questions, and joking so casually about a possibility that ended up becoming devastatingly real, has left a mark on me that I don't think will ever fully fade. It's changed the way I think about the quiet apartments and hallways surrounding my own life now, and it's made me far less willing to dismiss dark jokes or offhand warnings as harmless, even when they seem completely absurd in the moment they're said. To this day, whenever I move into a new place, I find myself paying closer attention to the neighbors around me than I ever used to, noticing small patterns of behavior I probably would have overlooked entirely before that night. I notice raised voices a little more carefully now, jealous or possessive comments between couples that once might have registered as background noise now catch my attention in a way they never used to. I don't think that kind of heightened awareness will ever fully go away, and honestly, I'm not sure I'd want it to. It feels, in some strange way, like a small price to pay for having lived through something that reminded me so clearly and so suddenly just how quickly an ordinary quiet evening can turn into something you carry with you for the rest of your life. Sometimes, late at night, I still think about that thin apartment wall separating our living room from his, and how something so violent, so final, could have happened on the other side of it, without a single sound reaching us. It's a strange kind of unsettling, one that has nothing to do with ghosts or unexplained shadows, and everything to do with the very real, very human capacity for violence to unfold so close to ordinary life, completely unnoticed, until the moment it's already far too late to do anything about it at all. And every time I settle into a new apartment now, I find myself glancing a little longer than I probably should at whoever lives across the hall, wondering, quietly, what might be happening behind their closed door on any given ordinary night, and hoping, every single time, that I never again have to find out the hard way just how little separates a peaceful evening from something none of us could ever have seen coming. Back in December of 2007, or at least that's the year I've always remembered it being, I was sitting at home playing video games with a close friend of mine. It was just an ordinary Saturday night, nothing special planned, a kind of low-key evening that felt completely unremarkable at the time. I was young then, still at that age where a night of video games and soda felt like the perfect way to spend a weekend. No responsibilities weighing on either of us, just two friends looking forward to a few hours of messing around together. We'd popped open a couple of cans of Coke, gotten comfortable in front of the television, and settled in for what we assumed was going to be a completely normal night of gaming and casual conversation. Looking back, I think part of why that particular night felt so ordinary at first is exactly why the ending of it hit me so hard. December evenings back then always had a certain comfortable rhythm to them, cold enough outside that staying in with snacks and video games felt like the obvious choice, warm enough inside that neither of us had any reason to think twice about spending the whole night in front of a screen. My friend and I had been close for years by that point, the kind of friendship where entire hours could pass without either of us needing to say much at all, content just being in the same room together, occasionally trading jokes or arguing over whose turn it was to pick the next game. The house itself was a fairly typical suburban home, nothing unusual or particularly old about it. The kind of place that never struck me as having any sort of unsettling history or reputation among neighbors. I bring that up only because, in the years since that night, I've heard plenty of ghost stories involving old houses with long, documented histories of strange occurrences, places practically built for unsettling stories to take root in. Ours was nothing like that. It was a completely ordinary house on a completely ordinary street, which somehow makes what happened that night feel even stranger to me now than it might if it had happened somewhere with an existing reputation for being haunted. At some point in the evening, the doorbell rang. It wasn't a sound I was used to hearing that late, especially not on a quiet Saturday night, and it immediately felt a little out of place. My parents were out for the evening, so it was just my friend and me in the house, and something about being the one responsible for answering the door felt strange in a way I couldn't fully explain at the time. It wasn't something I did often, being the only one home to actually get up and answer whoever was standing on the other side. Our front door was one of those nicer, more decorative doors with several small window panes built into the upper half, letting you see clearly outside long before you ever got close enough to actually open it. As I approached, I looked through those little windows, expecting to see a delivery person, a neighbor, maybe even a group of kids messing around on a dare. But there was no one there. It was around 8 in the evening at that point, already fully dark outside, the kind of darkness that swallows small details unless you're looking directly at them. I still went ahead and opened the door fully, just to double-check there wasn't a package sitting on the doormat, or someone standing slightly out of view to the side where the window panes couldn't quite show me. There was nothing there. No package, no visitor, nothing waiting on the porch to explain the doorbell that had just rung only moments earlier. Curious, and a little unsettled by the lack of any obvious explanation, I glanced out toward our front lawn, half expecting to catch sight of someone walking away, some prankster who had rung the bell and then taken off before I could reach the door. What I saw instead, for a brief moment, probably lasting less than 3 seconds in total, was something that has stuck with me clearly ever since, despite how quickly it happened. Cast across our front lawn by the glow of the streetlight nearby, I saw a shadow, tall and distinctly man-shaped, stretched out across the grass exactly the way a real person's shadow would look under that same light. Except there was no one there to cast it. No man standing nearby. No figure walking past, just out of my direct line of sight. Nothing physically present that could account for a shadow of that size and shape suddenly appearing, and then just as quickly fading from view. It was as though the shadows themselves had simply rearranged, briefly forming the unmistakable silhouette of a tall man before dissolving back into ordinary, formless darkness. I remember standing there for a moment, staring at the empty lawn, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. My first instinct, the one I clung to almost immediately, was to assume my eyes were simply playing tricks on me. It was dark outside. I had been staring at a bright television screen for a while before getting up, and it wouldn't have been unreasonable for my eyes to briefly misinterpret ordinary shadows as something more defined than they actually were. I told myself that explanation firmly, closed the door, and went back to join my friend, determined to shake off whatever unease had settled over me in those few seconds, standing alone at the front door. For a while after that, everything felt completely normal again. We picked our game back up, fell back into easy conversation, laughing over old stories and inside jokes the way close friends do when they've got an entire night ahead of them with nothing else to worry about. Hours passed that way, comfortable and uneventful, the strange moment at the front door slowly fading into the background of my mind as the night wore on. We kept playing well into the late hours, sipping our drinks, trading stories, completely absorbed in the easy rhythm of a good night spent together. Eventually, my friend ran out of Coke, and being the type of host who tries to keep his guests taken care of, I got up once again to head to the kitchen and grab us both some fresh drinks. It felt like such a small, unremarkable task, the kind of thing you do without thinking twice. But the moment I stepped out of the room and into the hallway leading toward the kitchen, something happened that immediately erased whatever calm I'd managed to settle back into after the incident at the front door. The ceiling lights above me, the ordinary, steady lights that had been lighting that hallway all evening without any issue, suddenly seemed to shift, their usual glow bending and warping into that same tall man-shaped shadow I had seen stretched across our lawn earlier that night. It wasn't a trick of movement or a passing car's headlights briefly altering the light through a window. This was happening directly above me, the light itself appearing to twist and reshape itself into that same unmistakable silhouette, right there in a hallway with no windows nearby to explain away any outside influence at all. That was the moment real fear finally set in, cutting through whatever rational explanations I'd been using to comfort myself since the earlier incident at the door. I began backing away slowly, my eyes locked on the shifting light above me, too afraid to turn my back on it completely, calling out to my friend in a voice that must have sounded strange and strained even to my own ears. Some small part of me was still desperately hoping this was just my exhausted eyes finally giving out on me after a long night of staring at bright screens. Still hoping there was some ordinary explanation waiting just around the corner if I could only stay calm enough to find it. I remember trying, in that brief stretch of time, to talk myself through it logically, the same way I had at the front door earlier that night. I told myself that ceiling lights sometimes flicker unevenly, that certain types of bulbs can cast strange, elongated shapes if the fixture is old or slightly damaged, that shadows in general have a way of looking far more defined and unsettling than they really are, once your mind has already been primed to expect something frightening. But no matter how many explanations I tried to force into place, none of them accounted for the fact that this shape was identical, unmistakably identical, to the one I had seen stretched across our lawn hours earlier. It wasn't just a vague, shifting darkness. It was the same tall, distinctly man-shaped outline, appearing now in a completely different location, under completely different lighting conditions, with no streetlight or window nearby to explain it away this time. And then, without warning, the lights went out completely. The hallway plunged into total darkness in an instant, and any composure I had left vanished right along with the light. I screamed, a sudden, involuntary sound that tore out of me before I even had time to think about it, and I ran, as fast as I could manage, back toward the room where my friend was still sitting, completely unaware of what had just happened only a few feet away from him. I don't remember exactly what I said when I reached him, only that it must have been frantic and barely coherent. Some garbled attempt at explaining shadows and lights and a shape that shouldn't have existed at all. Just as suddenly as they had gone out, the lights flickered back on again, the hallway returning to its normal steady glow, as though nothing unusual had happened there at all. My friend, understandably confused and probably a little alarmed by how shaken I clearly was, tried to make sense of what I was telling him, though I don't think either of us fully processed it in any coherent way that night. We eventually finished getting our drinks together, sticking close to one another for the rest of the night, neither of us saying much about what had happened, though I know neither of us fully shook off the unease of it either. I never saw anything like that again after that night. Not in that hallway, not on that same front lawn, not anywhere else in that house in all the years I continued living there afterward. It remains, to this day, an isolated incident. One strange and unsettling night that stands completely apart from everything ordinary that came before and after it. I've turned it over in my mind more times than I probably should admit, trying to piece together some grounded, logical explanation that accounts for everything I experienced that night. The shifting shadow on the lawn, the doorbell with no one behind it, the ceiling lights bending into that same tall silhouette, and finally, the sudden darkness that sent me running in genuine terror. In the days that followed, I found myself paying far more attention than usual to ordinary shadows around the house, catching myself glancing twice at shapes cast by furniture or curtains that I would never have given a second thought to before that night. My friend, for his part, seemed to move past the whole thing far more quickly than I did, chalking it up good-naturedly to my imagination getting the better of me after too many hours of gaming and too much sugar from all that Coke we'd been drinking. I envied how easily he seemed to let it go, wishing I could dismiss it with the same casual shrug he did, but something about having actually witnessed it firsthand made it much harder for me to simply move on the way he had. And to this day, part of me still hasn't fully let it go either. There's a very real possibility, one I've considered many times over the years, that I was simply young, impressionable, and had spent far too much time consuming ghost stories and horror movies the way a lot of kids do at that age. My imagination primed and ready to interpret ordinary shadows and flickering lights as something far more sinister than they actually were. It wouldn't be the first time a scared kid convinced himself he'd seen something supernatural, when the truth was probably far more mundane. Some combination of tired eyes, old wiring, and an overactive imagination working together to create a memory far scarier than whatever actually happened that night. But even now, as an adult who has long since outgrown that kind of easy fear, I still find myself hesitating whenever I think back to how neatly everything lined up that night. The doorbell ringing with absolutely no one there to explain it. The brief, distinct shape on the lawn, gone in less time than it takes to blink twice. The exact same silhouette reappearing later that same night. This time, far closer, right above me, in an enclosed hallway with no outside light source to blame. And then the lights going out entirely, plunging that same hallway into darkness at precisely the moment my fear had finally reached its peak. Individually, each of those details might be explainable on its own. Together, lined up, so precisely across a single, ordinary evening. It's hard not to feel like something more than simple coincidence was at play, something that chose, for whatever reason, to reveal itself twice in one night and never again afterward, leaving behind nothing but a memory sharp enough to still unsettle me decades later. I've told this story a handful of times over the years, usually late at night, usually to people who enjoy a good, unsettling story the same way I once did before that particular Saturday night gave me a much more personal appreciation for how quickly an ordinary evening can turn strange. Most people who hear it react the same way I once tried to convince myself to react, offering up some reasonable explanation involving tired eyes, old house wiring, or an overactive imagination fueled by too many scary stories at too young an age. And maybe they're right. Maybe that's exactly all it was. I've come to accept over the years that I may never get a definitive answer either way, and in a strange sense, I've made a kind of peace with that uncertainty, treating the memory now less as a mystery to be solved and more as simply one strange chapter tucked quietly into an otherwise unremarkable childhood. But every so often, usually late at night when the house is quiet and the hallway light casts long shadows against the wall, I still find myself glancing a little longer than necessary at the shapes stretching across the floor, half expecting, even after all these years, to see them shift into something far taller and far less explainable than any ordinary shadow ever should. I've since moved out of that house entirely, into places of my own over the years, and I can honestly say that nothing quite like that night has ever happened to me again anywhere else. I sometimes wonder if that particular unease was tied specifically to that house, that hallway, that front lawn under that particular streetlight, or whether it was simply a singular, unrepeatable event that happened to occur there purely by circumstance. I've asked my parents, since that night, whether they had ever noticed anything unusual in that house themselves, any strange sounds, any moments of genuine unease that they'd kept quiet about the way people sometimes do to avoid scaring their kids. They've always said no, that as far as they knew, the house was as ordinary as it seemed, without any history or reputation that would explain what I experienced that particular December night. That lack of any deeper explanation is, in some ways, the part that unsettles me most even now. If the house had some documented history of strange occurrences, some story passed down about a previous owner or some tragedy tied to the property, it would almost be a relief, a way to slot my own experience into something larger and more explainable. Instead, I'm left with a single, isolated night, completely disconnected from any wider context. A strange shape that appeared twice within the same evening and then simply never returned again, leaving me with nothing but my own memory and a lingering, low-grade wariness of shadows that has never fully gone away, even all these years later, long after that ordinary Saturday night should have faded quietly into forgettable, unremarkable memory, the way most childhood evenings eventually do. I don't know, even now, almost 2 decades removed from that night, whether what I saw was something genuinely unexplainable or simply the product of a tired, imaginative teenage mind primed by too many scary stories to interpret ordinary shadows as something far more sinister. What I do know is that the memory has stayed remarkably clear and consistent over all these years, never fading into vague uncertainty the way most memories from that far back eventually do. I can still picture, with total clarity, the exact shape of that shadow stretched across our lawn, and the exact way it reformed itself above me in that hallway only hours later, right before the lights went out completely and left me standing in total darkness, screaming for my friend in a house that, until that night, had never once felt anything less than completely, comfortably ordinary. It's a memory I doubt I'll ever fully shake, And honestly, after all these years, I've stopped trying to. I frequently experience something called hypnagogic hallucinations, though for most of my life I've simply referred to them as my night terrors, since that's always felt like the most natural way to describe them to people who haven't experienced anything similar themselves. Hypnagogia, for anyone unfamiliar with the term, refers to that strange, transitional state between being fully asleep and fully awake, a kind of mental limbo where the brain hasn't quite decided which reality it's operating in yet. For me, that transitional state has never been simple or uneventful. Almost any time I'm extremely tired, drifting off to sleep, or slowly waking up, there's a real chance I'll experience some kind of hallucination during that brief window. Vivid enough that, in the moment, it feels every bit as real and solid as anything else in the room around me. Looking back, I think the strangest part of living with this condition for as long as I have is how normal it's become for me, even though the actual content of these episodes is anything but normal. Most people go their entire lives without ever experiencing anything close to what I go through on a semi-regular basis, and when I try to explain it to people who haven't dealt with anything similar, I can usually tell from their reactions that they're imagining something far milder than what I actually mean. It's not simply seeing a vague shadow out of the corner of your eye, or briefly mistaking a coat on a hook for a person standing in the dark. It's full, detailed, three-dimensional hallucinations, complete with texture, color, and expression, appearing directly in your field of vision the instant you open your eyes, indistinguishable in that moment from anything genuinely real. I've had these episodes for as long as I can clearly remember, going back to childhood, though they became more frequent and more vivid as I got older, particularly during periods when I wasn't getting enough consistent sleep. Exhaustion seems to be one of the biggest triggers for me personally, along with irregular sleep schedules, stress, and occasionally certain medications that affect how deeply or how quickly I fall asleep. Over the years, I've learned to recognize certain warning signs that suggest a particularly vivid episode might be more likely on any given night, though even with all that accumulated experience, I still can't reliably predict exactly when one will happen, or what specific shape it will take once it does. These hallucinations can be incredibly complex, far more detailed and elaborate than the vague, fleeting images most people associate with simply being half asleep. Sometimes they're mundane, strange shapes or shifting patterns that don't make much sense, but also don't frighten me particularly. Other times, though, they're deeply unsettling, filled with figures or scenarios that feel almost deliberately designed to terrify. Even with years of experience living with this condition, even fully understanding on an intellectual level exactly what's happening to my brain during those moments, the first few seconds of a particularly vivid episode can still be genuinely startling. Logic and understanding don't do much to protect you in that immediate, disorienting instant when your eyes open and you're confronted with something that absolutely should not be there, yet looks every bit as real, solid, and present as the furniture, the walls, or anything else genuinely occupying that room with you. I've had more of these experiences over the years than I could possibly count individually, and most of them, while occasionally unsettling in the moment, tend to blur together over time, fading into a general background memory of having experienced something strange without holding on to every specific detail. But there's one particular night that has never faded that way. One experience so vivid and so specifically disturbing that I can still recall nearly every detail of it clearly, even years after it happened. I woke up that night in that same brief, disorienting window between sleep and full consciousness, and the first thing my eyes focused on was a man clinging directly to my ceiling, positioned right above me, close enough that if I had reached upward, I might have been able to touch him. He wasn't lying flat, or simply floating there passively. He was turned directly toward me, his body angled in a way that immediately read as predatory, as though he were poised and ready to launch himself down at me the instant I gave him any reason to. He had no clothing on at all, his bare skin carrying a strange, subtle orange tint to it, unlike any natural skin tone I'd ever actually seen on a real person. Across that strange, tinted skin, intricate gold markings covered nearly every visible inch of him, patterns that looked almost like tattoos, though far more elaborate and deliberate than anything I'd ever seen inked onto an actual person in waking life. His face carried an expression I can still picture with unsettling clarity even now. A wide, sinister grin stretched unnaturally far across his face, revealing sharp, pointed canine teeth that looked far more suited to a predator than to any ordinary human mouth. For those first few seconds, I was completely frozen, unable to move, unable to speak, unable even to draw in the breath I would have needed to scream. That particular kind of paralysis is something I've experienced many times during these episodes. A total involuntary lockup of my entire body, as though whatever startling image my brain has conjured also comes attached with its own built-in defense mechanism, rendering me completely incapable of reacting in those crucial first few moments. I lay there, eyes wide open, staring directly up at this grinning, orange-skinned figure clinging to my ceiling, completely unable to do anything except absorb every unsettling detail of what I was seeing. Those few frozen seconds felt, at the time, like they stretched on far longer than they probably actually did, the way genuinely terrifying moments so often seem to warp and slow down time itself. I remember being acutely aware, even through the paralysis, of every small detail of that figure above me, the way the gold markings on his skin seemed to catch what little ambient light was in the room, the way his grin remained fixed and unchanging no matter how long I stared at it, the unnervingly still, predatory stillness of his posture, as though he had been holding that exact position for a long time already, simply waiting for the right moment to finally move. Eventually, after what felt like a much longer stretch of time than it probably actually was, I managed to regain enough control over my own body to finally react. And when I did, I reacted with everything I had. I screamed loudly and without restraint, the kind of scream that comes from somewhere deep and instinctive, completely unfiltered by any concern over how it might sound or who it might wake up. It was loud enough, in fact, that it woke up every single other person in the house that night, pulling them all out of their own peaceful sleep because of the sheer volume and intensity of my terror in that moment. By the time the rest of my family reached my room, fully alert and understandably alarmed by the sound of my screaming, the hallucination had already faded. The way these episodes almost always do once that initial paralysis breaks and full wakefulness sets back in. There was, of course, nothing actually there. No man clinging to the ceiling, no strange orange skin or sinister grin waiting above me. Just my ordinary, familiar bedroom ceiling, completely unremarkable in every way, as though nothing at all had ever been there to begin with. Explaining to my family what had happened wasn't easy in that moment, especially given how thoroughly the whole household had just been jolted awake by my screaming. They were already familiar to some extent with my history of night terrors and hallucinations, having witnessed smaller episodes from me over the years, but explaining the specific, vivid details of that particular night still felt difficult, almost embarrassing in a strange way, trying to put into words just how real and physically present that figure had felt clinging to my ceiling only moments before. I remember my family standing in the doorway of my room that night, half asleep themselves, trying to make sense of my frantic explanation while simultaneously scanning the room for any sign of an actual intruder. some rational part of their mind still needing to rule out a genuine physical threat before fully accepting that what I'd experienced was, in fact, entirely a product of my own overactive, exhausted brain. Once they were satisfied that the room was empty and secure, the conversation shifted into something more familiar. The kind of tired, patient reassurance my family had given me many times before after previous episodes, reminding me gently that it wasn't real, that I was safe, that whatever I'd seen existed only in that strange transitional space between sleep and full consciousness. Even with all that reassurance, though, the specific vividness of what I'd seen that night made it much harder than usual to simply accept those comforting words and drift back towards sleep. That particular episode left a mark on me that lasted well beyond just those initial startling seconds. I couldn't fall back asleep at all for the rest of that night. No matter how exhausted I was or how many times I tried closing my eyes and willing myself back into some kind of rest. Every time I came even remotely close to drifting off, some small, anxious part of my brain would jolt me back to full alertness, terrified of glancing upward and seeing that same grinning face waiting for me again. I ended up staying awake until morning light finally started creeping through my window, at which point the fear, at least temporarily, felt manageable enough that I could finally close my eyes without immediately snapping them back open in a panic. Looking back, that entire night blurs together into a single, exhausting stretch of time, checking the clock every so often, watching the numbers crawl forward with agonizing slowness, my mind replaying that image over and over, no matter how hard I tried to distract myself with something else. I remember trying to focus on the sound of the house settling around me, ordinary creaks and hums that I would never normally notice, using them as a kind of anchor to remind myself that everything around me really was as mundane and unremarkable as it appeared. It helped, slowly, in small increments, though nowhere near as quickly or completely as I wanted it to in the moment. In the years since that particular night, I've had plenty of time to think about why that specific hallucination affected me so much more deeply than most of the others I've experienced throughout my life. Part of it, I think, comes down to sheer specificity. So many of my hypnagogic episodes involve vague shapes, half-formed figures, or fleeting impressions that don't leave behind a particularly clear, detailed memory once the fear itself has faded. But that night was different. Every detail of that figure remains vivid in my memory even now. The exact tint of his skin, the intricate patterns of gold markings covering his body, the specific, unnatural width of his grin, and the sharpness of those canine teeth. It wasn't vague or half-formed at all. It was detailed enough that even fully understanding it was a hallucination, some small part of my brain still processed it as an immediate, physical threat. I've since done quite a bit of reading on hypnagogic hallucinations generally, trying to understand more about why the brain produces such specific, often frightening imagery during that transitional state between sleep and wakefulness. From what I understand, it has something to do with parts of the brain responsible for dreaming remaining partially active even as other parts of the brain are beginning to wake up, creating a strange overlap where dream logic and imagery bleed directly into what should otherwise be full, waking consciousness. Some researchers believe these hallucinations may be tied to the same neurological mechanisms responsible for sleep paralysis, which would help explain why so many of these episodes come paired with that same total inability to move or speak in the crucial first moments. Knowing the science behind it has helped somewhat over the years, giving me at least a rational framework to fall back on whenever a new episode occurs, reminding myself in those disorienting first few seconds that whatever I'm seeing, no matter how solid or real it appears, is simply my own brain misfiring during a vulnerable transitional state rather than genuine external danger. But knowing the science doesn't make those first few seconds any less frightening in the moment itself. Understanding intellectually that a hallucination isn't real does very little to override the immediate, primal fear response triggered by seeing something so vivid and threatening positioned directly above you the instant you open your eyes. That gap between rational understanding and instinctive fear is something I've had to learn to live with over the years, accepting that no amount of prior knowledge or experience will ever fully immunize me against the shock of waking up to something that shouldn't be there, but that, in that immediate moment, feels every bit as real and present as anything else genuinely occupying the room around me. I still have these episodes with some regularity, though thankfully none since that particular night have quite matched the same level of vivid, specific detail as that orange-skinned, gold-tattooed figure clinging to my ceiling. Most of my other episodes involve less detailed shapes, vague impressions of movement or presence, rather than fully formed, distinctly detailed figures. I've often wondered if that particular episode simply represents some kind of outlier, an unusually vivid manifestation compared to my more typical experiences, or whether it's simply the one that happened to leave the deepest impression precisely because of how specifically frightening it was in the moment. Living with frequent hypnagogic hallucinations has, over time, taught me to approach sleep itself with a strange kind of cautious awareness that most people probably never have to think about. Falling asleep, for me, isn't always the simple, restful transition it is for most people. There's always some small possibility, however unlikely on any given night, that I'll wake up partway through that transition to something that shouldn't exist, watching me from somewhere it has no business being. Most nights pass completely uneventfully, ordinary sleep without any disruption at all. But every so often without any real warning or pattern I've ever been able to identify, that transitional state produces something vivid enough to jolt me fully awake. Heart pounding, breath caught somewhere in my throat, staring at whatever impossible figure my own mind has decided to conjure up that particular night, a reminder each time of just how thin the boundary between sleep and waking reality can sometimes feel. I don't know if I'll ever fully stop experiencing these hallucinations, and at this point in my life, I've mostly made peace with the idea that they're simply a permanent part of how my brain functions during that transitional space between sleep and wakefulness. What I do know is that certain images, once seen clearly enough during one of these episodes, don't fade the way ordinary dreams tend to once you're fully awake. That grinning, orange-skinned figure clinging to my ceiling all those years ago remains one of the clearest, most detailed memories I have of any single moment in my life, hallucination or otherwise. A strange, unsettling testament to just how convincingly the human mind can manufacture something entirely unreal and still make it feel, for those first terrifying few seconds, as solid and present as anything else in the room. I've since learned a few small strategies that help me manage the aftermath of a particularly vivid episode, even if none of them can prevent the hallucinations themselves from occurring in the first place. Turning on a light immediately after waking from one helps ground me quickly, confirming visually that the room is exactly as it should be, free of anything unusual. Reminding myself out loud, sometimes even speaking the words directly, that what I just saw wasn't real, helps reinforce that rational understanding faster than simply thinking it silently ever seems to. And on nights when a particular episode has been especially vivid, like that one all those years ago, I've learned that trying to force myself back to sleep too quickly often backfires, leaving me lying tensely in the dark, half convinced I'll open my eyes again to something equally unsettling. On those nights, it's usually better for me to simply accept that sleep isn't coming easily again for a while, get up, turn on more lights throughout the house, and give my mind enough time to fully settle before attempting to close my eyes again. Even after all these years of living with this condition, and after having read enough about the science behind it to understand, on an intellectual level, exactly why it happens, I've never fully lost that small flicker of unease every single night as I'm drifting off to sleep. Some quiet, background awareness that tonight could, potentially, be another night where my own mind decides to conjure something vivid and terrifying, waiting patiently for me right there in the room the instant I open my eyes, ready and grinning. Exactly the way he was that one particular night I still remember more clearly than almost anything else in my life. I've had a couple of strange, unexplainable moments throughout my life, along with one particularly unsettling experience that happened to my wife rather than to me directly. Taken individually, each of these moments might be easy enough to write off with some rational explanation. But together, they've stuck with me over the years in a way that I've never quite been able to shake completely. The first memory goes all the way back to when I was 6 years old, playing with a group of friends during recess at school. There was a large wooden play structure on the playground, built to look something like a castle, the kind of elaborate play equipment that feels genuinely massive when you're that young, even if it probably wasn't quite as enormous as it felt at the time. One of its main features was a wooden bridge connecting two sections of the structure, elevated about 6 feet above the ground, with thick chains running along either side to keep kids from accidentally falling off as they ran across. Beneath the bridge, instead of pavement, there was a thick layer of soft sawdust. The standard playground cushioning meant to soften any falls. I remember quite clearly stopping at one point, right in the middle of that bridge, turning to look outward toward the open field near the edge of the playground. That part of the memory is vivid and completely intact in my mind. The exact moment of standing there, looking out at the field, feeling the chains under my hands, hearing the ordinary sounds of recess happening all around me. The very next moment I remember, without any sense of transition connecting the two, I was lying flat on my back on the ground, roughly 15 feet away from where the bridge itself was located. Several of my friends were standing over me, along with one of the playground teachers, all of them looking down at me with concerned, slightly confused expressions. I had absolutely no memory of anything happening between standing on that bridge and suddenly finding myself on the ground so far away from it. When I asked what had happened, one of the kids standing nearby blurted out, without any hesitation, "You floated." The reaction from the other kids around him was immediate and telling. They all shot him sharp, uncomfortable looks. The kind of look children give each other when someone has said something they clearly weren't supposed to say. The teacher quickly pulled that boy aside, separating him from the rest of the group, while the other kids helped me back up to my feet, none of them saying anything more about what had actually happened. Later that same day, I tried asking that same boy again, hoping to get a clearer explanation of what he'd meant by his comment. This time, he wouldn't meet my eyes at all. He simply looked away, mumbled that I had fallen, and walked off before I could ask him anything further. Nobody else, not my other friends, not the teacher, not anyone who had been present that day, ever wanted to discuss what had actually happened on that playground. It became one of those strange, unspoken topics that everyone around me seemed to collectively agree not to revisit. To this day, I genuinely don't know what happened during that missing stretch of time. Did I somehow black out, drift a few feet through the air, and then fall the rest of the way to the ground? Or is the far more logical, far more believable explanation simply that I jumped or fell off the bridge on my own, and a teacher quickly carried me out of the way to attend to me? with my memory of that moment simply failing to register properly due to the shock of the fall itself. Logically, I'm far more inclined to believe the second explanation. Children fall off playground equipment all the time, and it wouldn't be at all unusual for a young child's memory to have gaps immediately following a frightening, disorienting fall like that. What has always struck me as strange, though, isn't necessarily the event itself, but the complete unwillingness of everyone involved to ever discuss it afterward. If I had simply fallen in some ordinary, explainable way, there would have been no reason for that initial reaction from the other kids. No reason for the teacher to so quickly and deliberately pull that one boy aside, and no reason for every single adult and child present that day to so thoroughly avoid the topic afterward. I've thought, over the years, about reaching back out to some of those old classmates as an adult, curious whether any of them might finally be willing to talk about it now that so much time has passed, though I've never actually followed through on that impulse. Half worried that even now, decades later, I'd get the same evasive silence I got as a child. The two moments surrounding that gap, standing on the bridge and then lying on the ground 15 feet away, remain incredibly vivid in my memory even now, decades later. It's just that stretch of missing time in between that I've never been able to account for, and the total collective silence from everyone who witnessed it that has always made the whole memory feel far stranger than a simple childhood fall probably should. The second strange memory happened several years later. During a year, my family spent living in Sri Lanka while my father worked there for the State Department. One morning, I was riding a bus to school, and because of typical morning traffic, the bus was moving quite slowly along a street lined with small shops. I remember being able to look closely at each shop as we passed by, my mind wandering the way it often does during a slow, uneventful commute. As we passed one particular shop, I saw something that has stayed with me clearly ever since. A man standing near a cart of oranges picked up a couple of them, tossed them into the air the way you might if you were about to start juggling, and then, instead of catching them again, simply stepped backward, leaving the oranges suspended in midair exactly where he'd thrown them, hovering completely still with no visible support beneath them at all. I remember planning in that moment to tell my classmates about it the instant I got to school, excited by how strange and impossible what I had just seen actually was. But almost as quickly as that excitement came, a more practical realization set in. I knew, even as a kid, that nobody would believe a story like that, and rather than risk being laughed at or dismissed, I simply kept the whole experience to myself, never mentioning it to anyone at school that day, or really to very many people at all in the years since. Despite that decision to stay quiet about it, the memory itself has remained just as vivid and clear in my mind as that earlier playground incident, an isolated, inexplicable moment that has never faded the way so many other childhood memories eventually do. Living in a new, unfamiliar country as a kid already comes with a certain heightened sense of everything feeling slightly unusual. So I've sometimes wondered whether that general unfamiliarity made me more susceptible to misreading an otherwise ordinary moment as something impossible. But no matter how many times I've tried talking myself into that explanation, the memory itself refuses to soften into something more mundane. I can still picture, with total clarity, the exact stretch of street, the particular cart of oranges, and the calm, unhurried way that man stepped back from those two pieces of fruit, leaving them suspended perfectly still in the morning air as our bus rolled slowly past. The third story is a bit longer, and it's not actually something that happened to me directly. It happened to my wife, back when she was still my girlfriend, and it remains, to this day, the single most terrifying thing she's ever described experiencing. In the winter of 2008, I had surgery for a fairly minor but uncomfortable medical issue involving a cyst near the base of my spine. I was away at college at the time, but the surgery happened to fall during winter break, which meant I was able to recover for a few days at my parents' house rather than trying to manage on my own back at school. My girlfriend at the time, now my wife, stayed with me that first night after the surgery, sleeping on the couch in my parents' living room while I rested nearby on an air mattress set up on the floor. That first night, I was still fairly heavily medicated from the surgery, feeling generally unwell and groggy from the combination of anesthesia and pain medication working through my system. Despite that, the two of us stayed up together until around 11 that night, watching television and talking quietly before I finally started drifting off to sleep. My girlfriend turned in herself shortly after I did, settling onto the couch beside my air mattress. The layout of that living room is important to understand for the rest of the story. The couch where my girlfriend was sleeping sat at one end of the room, facing directly down a hallway that led toward the bedrooms and bathroom further inside the house. To the right of the couch was a large picture window facing west, and further down that same hallway, my parents were asleep in one bedroom, while my younger sister, only 5 years old at the time, slept in the other. Sometime in the middle of the night, my girlfriend woke up suddenly, overtaken by an intense, immediate feeling of dread that she couldn't initially explain. She described lying there, fully awake, with the distinct, uncomfortable sensation of being watched by something in the room, though at first glance, everything appeared completely normal around her. There was a light on somewhere outside the picture window, casting enough illumination into the living room that she could see reasonably well, though the hallway further back remained much dimmer, only faintly lit by whatever soft glow reached that far into the house. For a few seconds, nothing happened at all, and she lay there in that uneasy, watchful silence, waiting to see if the feeling would simply pass. Then she saw them. Two figures passed directly through the picture window itself, entering the room without opening it or disturbing it in any way, and floated down the hallway toward the back bedrooms. She described them as a dark, charcoal-like color, slightly cloudy and indistinct around their edges, as though they weren't entirely solid in the same way a normal physical body would be. The two shapes moved together toward the end of the hallway, turning as if heading directly toward my parents' bedroom door, before stopping abruptly. One of the figures remained there, motionless, at the end of the hallway, while the other one turned back around and began moving toward where she and I were positioned near the couch and air mattress. She said she remained completely frozen the entire time, unable to move or call out, simply watching in silent, mounting terror as this shape made its slow, deliberate way across the room toward my bed. As it drew closer, she was able to make out more specific details of its appearance. What had originally looked like a simple dark cloud now resembled more of a loose shroud-like covering, and underneath that shroud, she could just make out the shape of a pale, gaunt face, along with equally pale, bony-looking hands extending from beneath the covering. The figure moved in a strange, unsettling combination of floating and crawling as it approached my bed, and once it finally reached me, it paused there, hovering silently for what felt like a long, unbearable moment. Then, rather than remaining focused on me, it lifted itself slightly and moved instead toward my girlfriend, drifting directly above where she lay on the couch. She's described that moment to me many times since, always with the same specific, unwavering details, the shroud-like covering that never quite settled into a fixed shape, the way the pale face beneath it seemed almost too still, too devoid of any expression at all, as though whatever it was wearing as a face had no real need for the kind of subtle movement a living person's face constantly makes without thinking. She said the silence in the room during those seconds felt heavier than ordinary silence somehow, pressing down on her chest in a way that made it hard to even draw a full breath, let alone call out for help. And that heaviness, she's told me since, is the detail she remembers most vividly of all, even more than the shape, or the cold, or the reaching hand itself. She described feeling an intense, spreading cold overtake her entire body in that moment, starting at her feet and slowly working its way upward toward her neck, as the figure reached down toward her, its pale, bony hand extending as though it intended to grab hold of her shoulder. Just before it made contact, my younger sister's voice broke quietly through the room, calling out my girlfriend's name, and in that same instant, both the figure hovering above her and the second shape still waiting at the end of the hallway vanished completely. It turned out my little sister had been standing quietly beside the couch for close to a full minute already, patiently asking for help getting a glass of milk, completely unaware of anything unusual happening around her. My girlfriend, still shaken and trying to process what she'd just experienced, got up to help my sister, and then came directly over to check on me, placing her hand against my forehead and immediately noticing that I was burning up with a significant fever. I vaguely remember waking up at that exact moment, followed shortly after by a sharp wave of pain in my lower back, and then limping as quickly as I could manage toward the bathroom, where I ended up getting sick, most likely as a delayed reaction to the combination of anesthesia and pain medication still working through my system. My girlfriend, understandably, didn't sleep at all for the rest of that night, staying awake with every light in the house switched on, sitting close beside me until the sun finally came up. The next morning, she told me everything that had happened, still visibly shaken by the experience even hours later. She spent some time searching online that same day for anything resembling what she'd seen, though she didn't find anything that immediately matched her description. A couple of days later, though, she came across information about a specific type of spirit called a sluagh, described in the folklore she found as spirits of the dead that traditionally enter homes through west-facing windows in order to carry off the souls of the dying. Further reading led her to a conclusion she still holds on to somewhat seriously to this day, that I had briefly been close to death that particular night, and that whatever she saw had come specifically to carry me away before my sister's timely interruption stopped it. A conclusion she still brings up occasionally whenever the anniversary of that surgery rolls around each winter. I personally lean toward a much simpler explanation, that my girlfriend most likely experienced a particularly vivid and frightening episode of sleep paralysis, a state where the brain produces intense, realistic hallucinations while the body remains temporarily unable to move, often triggered by exhaustion, stress, or disrupted sleep patterns, all of which she certainly had plenty of that particular night, given the circumstances surrounding my surgery and recovery. That explanation feels to me like the most reasonable and grounded way to account for everything she described, and it's the one I generally offer whenever the story comes up among friends who ask what we personally believe happened. That said, in all the years I've known her since that night, I have never once seen her look as genuinely, deeply terrified as she did the following morning while describing what she'd witnessed. She isn't someone prone to exaggeration or dramatic storytelling under normal circumstances, and the sheer level of detail and consistency in her account, even years later whenever the story comes up again, has always left a small, persistent part of me wondering if there might have been something more to that night than a simple case of sleep paralysis, however much more comfortable that explanation is to believe. Taken all together, these three moments, the vanished stretch of time on that playground bridge, the impossible sight of oranges hanging motionless in the air outside a slow-moving bus, and my wife's terrifying encounter with those two dark, shrouded figures drifting through a west-facing window have never fully connected into any single coherent explanation for me. They happened years apart, to different people under completely different circumstances, and yet each one shares that same unsettling quality of feeling too vivid, too detailed, and too consistently remembered to simply dismiss as an ordinary trick of memory or imagination. I don't know what actually happened during any of those three moments, and at this point, I've mostly accepted that I probably never will. What I do know is that all three memories have remained remarkably clear over the years, refusing to fade the way so many other, more ordinary memories eventually do. And that alone has always been enough to keep me wondering, even now, whether there's something more to all of it than simple coincidence or explainable illusion, some thread connecting all three moments that I simply haven't been able to identify, no matter how many times I've turned each of them over in my mind. My house has a wire mesh fence running along the border of our garden. The kind of fence that's more symbolic than functional, since you can see straight through it into the neighbor's yard on the other side without any real barrier to your view at all. Our neighbors own a dog, an adorable but not particularly clever, shaggy little thing named Priscilla, who has a habit of barking in the middle of the night whenever she spots a cat wandering through the yard. It's one of those small, familiar quirks of living next to someone for a long time, the kind of background noise you learn to recognize instantly and dismiss without a second thought. Looking back on how our garden was laid out, I think the design of that fence, however ordinary it seemed at the time, played a much bigger role in that night's events than any of us ever considered before finding out what actually happened. A solid wooden fence, or even a tall brick wall, would have blocked line of sight completely in both directions, meaning the housekeeper likely would never have had any reason to look toward our window in the first place, and the man standing there, if he existed at all in that scenario, would have had a much easier time remaining completely hidden from view. Instead, that simple wire mesh fence, which had always felt like nothing more than a mild formality separating our garden from the neighbors, ended up being the one thing that allowed someone else to witness what was happening, and eventually pass that information along to us. Priscilla herself has always been something of a family joke between us and our neighbors. A sweet, good-natured dog who reacts with the same startled intensity to an actual intruder as she does to a leaf blowing across the lawn or a squirrel darting along the fence line. Her barking had become so routine and predictable over the years that neither my mom nor I ever gave it the benefit of the doubt when it happened, assuming instead, almost automatically, that whatever set her off this time was just as harmless as every other time before it. That assumption, built up over years of largely uneventful barking fits, is exactly what made it so easy for us to dismiss that particular night without a second thought. One particular night, sometime around midnight, with all of our curtains and blinds fully drawn throughout the house, Priscilla started barking loudly from somewhere in the neighbor's yard. My mom, hearing the commotion, asked if we should go check outside to see what had set her off this time. Without giving it much thought at all, I told her, nah, Priscilla's just probably barking at a cat. The same casual explanation we'd given ourselves countless times before whenever she kicked up a fuss like that in the middle of the night. We turned off the lights in the room, made our way upstairs, and went to bed without giving the matter another moment's thought. Looking back now, I'm genuinely relieved that I never actually pulled back those curtains to look outside that night, because of what I learned had actually been happening on the other side of that window, while my mom and I were casually dismissing Priscilla's barking as nothing more than an overexcited reaction to a passing cat. The very next day, the neighbor's housekeeper mentioned something to my mom that immediately turned that entire ordinary, forgettable evening into something far more unsettling in hindsight. She explained that when she'd heard Priscilla barking that same night, she had gone to look outside herself to see what had caused the commotion. What she saw was a man standing directly outside our window. The exact same window I had been standing in front of at that very moment, casually chatting with my mum about whether or not we should bother checking on the noise. I've imagined that moment from her perspective many times since first hearing about it, picturing her stepping outside into the cool night air, expecting to find nothing more than a stray cat slinking along the fence line, only to instead find a man standing motionless in the darkness, close enough to our house that he must have been clearly visible against the light, spilling faintly through our window. I imagine the brief frozen moment of confusion she must have felt before fully registering what she was actually looking at, and then the sudden sharp spike of fear once she realized he had noticed her looking back at him. According to the housekeeper, the man noticed her looking out at him from the neighbor's side of the fence. And rather than fleeing or reacting with any kind of embarrassment at being caught standing there in the middle of the night, he made a deliberate, unmistakably threatening gesture toward her instead. The message conveyed through that gesture was chillingly clear, communicating, without a single word needing to be spoken aloud, exactly what would happen to her if she made any noise or drew attention to his presence there. If you scream, I will kill you. We never saw or heard anything more from that man after that single night. No further sightings, no repeated attempts to return, no further disturbances of any kind that we were ever aware of. And yet, that complete lack of any follow-up or explanation has done very little to ease the deep, lingering unease that single incident left behind. Knowing that someone had been standing right outside that exact window, close enough to see directly into the room where my mum and I were casually talking, completely unaware of his presence there in the darkness, is something I still find genuinely difficult to fully process, even now, well after the fact. We did eventually report the incident to the local police, though there was, understandably, very little they were able to do with the information available. No clear description beyond general height and build, no license plate or vehicle to trace. Nothing concrete enough to act on, beyond simply logging the report and advising us to remain vigilant and report anything further should it happen again. That lack of resolution has always bothered me almost as much as the incident itself, knowing that whoever that man was simply walked away from that night completely unidentified, free to potentially repeat the same behavior somewhere else entirely, with no consequences at all tied to what he'd done or threatened to do outside our window. What unsettles me most, thinking back on that night, isn't necessarily the stranger himself, frightening as his presence certainly was, but rather how easily and casually I dismissed the warning signs that were right there in front of us the entire time. Priscilla's barking that night wasn't actually unusual in any way that would have immediately raised alarm bells. She barked at cats regularly enough that neither my mum nor I had any real reason to suspect anything different was happening this particular time. That familiarity, that comfortable assumption that we already understood the cause of her barking without needing to check, is exactly what allowed a genuinely dangerous situation to pass completely unnoticed and unaddressed, right outside our own window. I've thought about that night countless times since finding out what actually happened, replaying the sequence of events over and over in my mind. I picture myself standing in front of that window, casually talking with my mum, both of us fully illuminated by the room's lighting from the housekeeper's perspective on the other side of the fence, completely unaware that we were being watched the entire time by someone standing just close enough to see us clearly, yet far enough back in the darkness that neither of us ever noticed him ourselves. It's a deeply uncomfortable thing to realize just how thin that boundary actually was between an ordinary, unremarkable evening and something that could have turned into a genuinely dangerous situation, separated only by drawn curtains and a decision not to bother checking outside. Since learning about what happened that night, my relationship with that window, and honestly with windows in general throughout the house, has changed considerably. I find myself now checking behind curtains and blinds far more frequently than I ever used to, glancing quickly outside into the yard almost every single time I pass by a window after dark, even when there's been no barking dog or any other reasonable indication that anything might be out there. It's become something of an automatic habit at this point. A small, paranoid ritual I perform without even fully thinking about it anymore. Checking that same stretch of yard along the wire mesh fence, half expecting, even now, all this time later, to see some shape standing there again in the darkness. I know, logically, that the chances of that same man, or anyone else with similarly dangerous intentions, returning to stand outside that specific window again are probably fairly slim. Enough time has passed without any further incidents that it would be reasonable to assume whatever brought him there that particular night was, in some sense, a singular, isolated event rather than an ongoing pattern of surveillance or intent. But knowing that logically doesn't fully override the instinctive unease that settled into me the moment I first heard what the housekeeper had witnessed. Once you learn that someone was capable of standing that close, watching that directly, with intentions serious enough to threaten violence against anyone who might expose his presence, it becomes very difficult to simply return to the same relaxed, unguarded comfort you once had around your own windows and curtains. My mom, understandably, reacted just as strongly to the news as I did, and in the days following that revelation, we spent a good deal of time discussing what, if anything, we should do differently going forward. We talked about installing outdoor lighting along that side of the garden, something bright enough to eliminate the kind of shadowy cover that had apparently allowed that man to stand there completely unnoticed for however long he'd actually been positioned outside our window that night. We also talked, somewhat uncomfortably, about whether we should be more cautious about drawing our curtains fully closed earlier in the evening rather than leaving them open through the early parts of the night the way we sometimes did out of simple habit or forgetfulness. What has stayed with me most persistently, though, isn't really any specific safety measure we discussed or eventually implemented, but rather that lingering, unshakable feeling of having been watched without any awareness of it happening at the time. There's something particularly unsettling about the idea of being observed during a moment that felt completely mundane and private. A casual late-night conversation between a mother and her child about whether or not to bother checking on a barking dog. Knowing that a stranger with clearly hostile intentions serious enough to threaten murder if discovered was standing close enough to witness that entire ordinary exchange has left a mark on how safe I instinctively feel in my own home, even now, well after the immediate shock of learning what happened has faded somewhat. I've also found myself thinking, more than once, about the housekeeper who actually witnessed the whole encounter directly, and just how frightening that moment must have been for her personally. She was the one who actually came face to face with that man's threatening gesture, fully aware in real time of exactly how dangerous the situation had the potential to become if she reacted the wrong way. She had no way of knowing in that split second whether he was simply bluffing to scare her off or whether he was genuinely prepared to act on that threat if she made even the smallest sound. That kind of split-second judgment call, made entirely on instinct, with absolutely no time to weigh the options carefully, is something I don't think I fully appreciated until I really sat down and imagined myself in her exact position that night. I've never had the chance to speak with her directly about it myself, though I've always felt a quiet, considerable amount of gratitude toward her, both for having the presence of mind to remain calm and avoid escalating the situation in that immediate moment, and for eventually deciding to share what she'd witnessed with my mum the following day, giving us information we otherwise would have had absolutely no way of knowing on our own, information that, however unsettling, ultimately allowed us to take the situation seriously instead of continuing on in blissful, dangerous ignorance. It's strange, in a way, to think about how differently that entire night could have unfolded if Priscilla hadn't happened to bark at exactly that particular moment, or if the housekeeper hadn't happened to look outside to investigate the noise herself. Without her specifically witnessing that man standing there and choosing to mention it to my mum afterward. My mum and I would likely have gone on completely unaware that anything unusual had happened at all that night, filing it away, if we thought about it at all, as just another ordinary instance of Priscilla barking at some unseen cat passing through the yard. The fact that we only learned the truth through pure coincidence, through someone else happening to witness it and choosing to share what she'd seen, makes the entire experience feel even more unsettling in hindsight. A reminder of just how many potentially dangerous moments might pass completely unnoticed and unaddressed if not for the right person happening to be in the right place to witness them. I've also thought a great deal about who that man might have actually been and what exactly he was doing standing there in the darkness that particular night. Was he simply a passing opportunist, testing windows and gardens along our street looking for an easy target? Someone who happened to be discouraged that night purely by the housekeeper spotting him before he could act any further? Or was there something more deliberate about his presence there specifically? Some prior knowledge of our house or our routines that had drawn him to that exact window on that exact night? Perhaps someone who had watched our comings and goings for some time before finally working up the nerve to approach that closely. I don't know the answer to either question, and I suspect I never will. But both possibilities carry their own particular kind of unease, whether it's the idea of a random predator simply passing through, or the far more unsettling idea of someone who had specifically chosen our house and that specific window for reasons we may never fully understand. These days, I've fully accepted that checking behind curtains and glancing carefully out into the yard before settling in for the night has simply become a permanent part of how I move through my own home after dark. I know it probably looks a little excessive to anyone who doesn't know the full story behind why I've developed that particular habit. And I've certainly had a few friends jokingly comment on how paranoid I seem whenever they've caught me peeking cautiously through the curtains before closing them fully for the night. But every time I do it, I think back to that ordinary midnight conversation with my mum, standing directly in front of that same window, completely unaware of exactly how close danger had actually come that particular night. And I find that whatever mild embarrassment comes with being called paranoid is a small price to pay for the added sense of security, however partial, that small nightly ritual continues to provide me. Even the lawn itself looks different to me now, somehow, in a way I can't fully explain rationally. I used to think of that stretch of grass along the wire mesh fence as nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable part of the garden, the same patch of ground Priscilla ran across countless times chasing cats that never actually amounted to anything. Now, whenever I glance out at it, even during the daytime with sunlight fully illuminating every corner, some small part of my mind briefly flashes back to that particular night, superimposing the memory of a stranger's silhouette standing there in the darkness over the otherwise peaceful, sunlit image in front of me. It fades quickly enough each time, but the fact that it happens at all, months and even years after the original incident, says something about just how deeply that single night has embedded itself into how I experience that space now. I've talked with my mum many times since about whether we should have done more in the immediate aftermath. Additional security measures beyond simply installing better outdoor lighting, perhaps motion-activated cameras covering that particular stretch of the garden, or a more thorough conversation with our neighbors about coordinating awareness between our two households, given how directly connected our yards are through that shared fence line. We've discussed these possibilities more than once, though in the end, life has a way of settling back into its ordinary rhythms even after something as unsettling as that. And beyond the lighting we did eventually install, most of those additional precautions remain more theoretical conversations than concrete actions we've actually followed through on completely. Still, even without every safety measure we've discussed fully in place, that nightly habit of checking behind the curtains has never gone away, and honestly, I don't think it ever will, completely. Regardless of how much time continues to pass without any further incidents. It's become simply part of who I am now, a small, quiet reminder carried with me every single evening. That safety and privacy within your own home are never quite as guaranteed as they feel in the comfortable, unremarkable moments before you learn just how thin that boundary can sometimes actually be.